First thing, hopefully everyone signed in. Next will be the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Supervisor Powers.
Wondrous Creator, we live in times of deep division, mistrust, and violence. Bless in a special way our celebration of Martin Luther King's birthday. Open our hearts and minds to truth and renew our commitment to justice and peace, pursued through cooperation and love. Grant that we may realize and accept that we are members of the same human family. May the examples of Dr. King inspire us to see one another, sisters and brothers, with a common origin and destiny, guided by the conviction that together we can nobly fulfill the promise of our nation. We pray this as we search to create communities of justice, freedom, and peace. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Supervisor Albrecht.
Agenda.
Motion made and second to adopt this evening's agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Public comment at this time will be allowed for persons present to express their opinion on any resolution or ordinance that appears on the agenda, as well as any matter which this body has jurisdiction. You would have 2 minutes to come up and back, go to either one of the mics, and state your name and address, and speak to the board at this time. So if anyone would like to, go to either one of the mics in the back.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Ogden. Do I tell you my address?
Yes.
Sorry. 8021 Cavendish Road, Neenah. I come to you today as the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Oshkosh in terms of the resolution that you have today to allocate $500,000 of the ARPA funding to the Boys and Girls Club. I just wanted to say thank you so much to the supervisors that have reached out and taken the time to get to know the Boys and Girls Club and what we do for the community. Your Boys and Girls Club is 53 years old. For those of you who don't know us very well, we serve over 3,000 kids in the Oshkosh area, 1,800 out of the current location of Parkway and Broad. We've spent the last 3 years renovating our Boys and Girls Club and expanding it because our attendance is up about 70%. The kids who come to our Boys and Girls Club every day get homework help, get their basic needs met. They get snack and dinner every night. We make sure that they have programming dedicated to health and wellness, making good decisions, getting them ready through, from kindergarten to graduation. We have 6 to 18-year-olds in our building, and for our kids to come every single day, it is $25 a year. So your Boys and Girls Club has been a part of the community for 53 years. Our Boys and Girls Club is 26 years old, and it was time to expand because we were simply out of space. So the resolution today was to help us finish our expansion to make sure that we can serve every kid that needs a place to go after school, also on non-school days. So the last week when we had 2 snow days, our Boys and Girls Club opened up at 7 a.m. to 5:30 so that any kid in Oshkosh that needed a place could go. We has a place to go. We're open on spring break. We're open all summer long. And during the pandemic, I know we talk a lot about what happened to those kids. When school shut down, we were open every day, 7 to 5:30, so that those kids had a place to go. So thank you for your time, and thank you for considering the Boys and Girls Club.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Jeff Tremblay, 3040 Wilderness Place, City of Oshkosh. I'm the current board president for the Boys and Girls Club of Oshkosh and have been for the past 3 years. I wanted to tell you a little bit more about the Hyde Family Community Center project, which is what we're asking you to help support with the Spirit Award. Total budget for that project is $7 million. It'll add 12,000 square feet. The community center, with a new total of 24 plus community partners, will open in March. These partnerships will provide a variety of support to Winnebago County area of mental health, workforce development, education, and basic needs. Partners will have either a permanent space or use flex office time and or run classes there. There is a shared database so that the partners can talk to one another and can send referrals to each other. One-stop shop for people. If they come in, they can get the help without having to go to multiple locations and tell their story over and over. Community rooms are available to run programming for any age group. In addition, there are 4 new classrooms being built in the new teen space for day or weekend programming. The community center component is particularly significant as it will play a pivotal role in addressing basic needs and, most importantly, agencies working together. Currently, the Boys and Girls Club serves basic needs for all of our members and their families. This model will also allow us to serve the family and the community at large. The new building will be completed, as I said, in March. Some of the community partners that have already signed on are Advocate, Children's Hospital, Community Clothes Closet, Community for Hope, ECPR, Goodwill, NAMI, Oshkosh Fire Department, Oshkosh Police Department, Rawhide, Tri-County Dental, and Winnebago Health, as well as Home Base, which serves youth who have run away from home and are homeless. I really believe that the Spirit Award that you're
Wind it up,
contemplating.
sir. Your time's up, so if you want to wind it up, please.
Okay. I would just really encourage you to use the leverage that we've raised funds for in the community for a number of years, 53 years. We're self-supporting. I think this is a great thing for the county board to support for the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. Mark Lasky, 3190 Old Orchard Lane, Oshkosh. I'm the capital campaign chair for the Boys and Girls Club of Oshkosh. I'm here in case Tracy and Jeff ran out of time, which they. I'll just make one point. This is the first time we've ever come to the county for funding. We've raised over $17 million of this project on our own. The total project is $18.5 million. That includes an endowment for future use. So we could really use the funds, and this is going to be really a fantastic project for the entire community. So hope for your support. Thank you for including us on the resolution, and thanks for the consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the board this evening?
Good evening, I'm Amy McGowan, W2656 Maple Ridge Court in Appleton, but I'm speaking on behalf of Habitat for Humanity with its offices located in Menasha, Winnebago County. I ask you to support the Commission's recommendation to allocate $500,000 of the Spirit Fund to Fox Cities Habitat for Humanity. Habitat has an excellent track record in Winnebago County, building or rehabbing 138 homes, remediating lead in 35 homes, and repairing 322 residences to improve the safety and livability and community vitality of those neighborhoods. 340 children now sleep safely and study proudly in Habitat homes. One grateful family in Neenah wrote to us about their new home a few months after they moved in. The kids finally have their own rooms to paint and take pride in. Their daughter saved her own money to build a desk or to buy a desk with which to study. They hosted holidays for the first time, hung a wreath on their own front door, and carved pumpkins to place on their own front porch. Kids made friends and had sleepovers for the very first time. And the mother stopped waking in panic every time it rained, worried about flooding or sewage backups. So this is the type of homeownership opportunity that can be had in Winnebago County. This funding would allow Habitat to construct 10 scattered site homes in partnership with low-income families seeking affordable homeownership opportunities. Funding will not be used for the restore or any projects outside of Winnebago County. This is specific to Winnebago County. Investing Spirit funds in Habitat's proven homebuyer program will create pathways to generational wealth, stability, pride, and hope for 10 Winnebago County families. It will promote inclusive economic growth in our region, and I urge you to stand with working families today by approving this recommendation, and thank you all for your support.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gina Glover. I have been a resident of Winnebago County since 1996. I currently live at 860 5th Street in Menasha. I'm a business owner and a board member for the Greater Fox Cities Habitat for Humanity. I'm here today to represent our Fox Cities Habitat affiliate and share that there are few better uses for Winnebago County's dollars than expanding affordable home ownership opportunities. And that's exactly what the Spirit Commission's $500,000 recommendation for Fox Cities Habitat for Humanity would achieve. With these funds, as you heard, Habitat plans to construct 10 scattered site homes in partnership with low-income buyers who are unable to attain home ownership through the conventional market. The need is clear. Over 23% of households in Winnebago County pay more than 30% of their income on housing, and that leaves little left over for healthy food, health care, education, and saving for emergencies. Meanwhile, affordable single-family homes remain scarce, shutting too many residents out of the life-changing opportunity of home ownership. The homes funded through this request will only be used for those homes located in Winnebago County. If you aren't familiar, Habitat for Humanity provides home ownership opportunity by working alongside future homeowners to construct affordable homes. These homes are a foundation for financial security and community investment for generations. Children raised in Habitat homes achieve better education and live healthier lives. What could be a wiser investment for our county's dollars than that? I urge you to support this recommendation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to come forward at this time?
Good evening. Trevor Fenrick, 1423 Oak Street, Oshkosh. I'm here representing Solutions Recovery as the Executive Director. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm very grateful to be here, and I'm here to ask you for your support of the resolution to expand Solutions Recovery housing in the acquisition of 206 Algoma Boulevard, currently occupied by the Christine Ann Domestic Abuse Services, to expand necessary substance use recovery services in our community. Since 2007, Solutions has been a part of the community to provide a safe place for families and individuals seeking resources for our community. As a person in long-term recovery myself, Solutions gave me a purpose early in my recovery journey, and I have seen that purpose given to many individuals in the form of housing, volunteer opportunities, and service to the community. Over the past 4 years, Solutions has solidified relationships with many community partners and county agencies to provide support to some of the most vulnerable individuals in our community. Our capacity has grown substantially, however, it is difficult to keep up with the needs presented by our community. The acquisition of this building will help us increase the number of beds available to all county residents. Support of this resolution will also allow us to explore opportunities to expand services focused on individuals experiencing acute substance use crisis in our communities that are seeking help right now. As of today, we have no transitional resources for these folks waiting for treatment beds or other resources, and often they have to return to unhealthy environments with little support. With this building, resources would be made available to those in desperate need of support that often have nowhere else to go and take the burden off of hospital systems, family members, and an already overwhelmed crisis system. Thank you for your past and continued support of Solutions, recovery in our community, and focusing on saving lives in Winnebago County.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hi, my name is Tina Poulos with Oshkosh 185 Southwest Haven Drive. I'm here to speak on behalf of Solutions Recovery as well. I'm the program coordinator for the Women's Sober Living program. When I was first involved with Solutions was a little over 2 years ago. I was one of those women that was accepted into the house. I am in recovery of 2 years. So I can share my personal experience with what Solutions has been able to provide for me and my family and my son. Going into the houses, I had no idea that the impact that Solutions was going to have on my life. I was able to build a family there, a community, a sense of purpose, a sense of pride. I was able to, it saved my life, truly. And now that I'm in a position that I want to share with other women and other people of the community of what is, essentially possible by following through with the program and having a little willingness. I support everything that Solutions does for the community, what it does for the newcomer. I could give back to Solutions for a lifetime, and it wouldn't be enough for what I've been able to get from them. You know, my son's been able to get a mother back. I've been able to get my life back, my dad, a daughter, and a sibling back to my siblings. So I support Solutions and everything it provides. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Leah Kitts. I live at 1317 Washington Avenue in Oshkosh. And I am here to say something about the harm reduction vending machines. I'm urging you to support the resolution that was passed by the Board of Health to accept the $80,000 grant that was awarded to Winnebago County Public Health for these machines. I think this board, has a lot of really, really hard decisions to make, much of the time, of a wide variety. This one is not, I don't feel, should be a hard one. You've already supported, we're hearing about Solutions, you've already supported the drug treatment for people in corrections. So there needs to be just a broad approach to substance abuse issues that people are dealing with. And the drugs that people can accidentally take can have just very, very dire consequences, including death. And I think these machines are just one tool of the many things that you already are working toward to help mitigate the impact of substances on people in our community. They're our neighbors and our friends, our children, the people that we really care about, who can just get into these circumstances, and I urge you to support these machines. Thanks.
Thank you. Someone else wishing to speak? There she is.
Hello, Cheryl Bramer, 225 West Huron Street, Omro. I'm also the Winnebago County Medical Examiner. I'm here, at the August 2023 Winnebago County Board meeting, I spoke during public comments in opposition of the harm reduction vending machines, Resolution 31001-2024. I spoke in support of Narcan or naloxone, fentanyl test strips, but spoke against the intravenous supplies in the public harm reduction program and my concern that they would be placed in these machines. Since then, changes have been made to the resolution limiting what supplies can be stocked in the machines, and there has been a stronger recovery resource message attached to the program. Today, I stand in support of the vending machines with the stipulation that supplies are limited to opioid antagonists, substance testing strips, substance deactivation materials, such as deterra kits, and that the machines continue to carry a strong message of available recovery resources. In 2023 so far, we have had 44 confirmed overdoses, and we still have 4 pending, so we could have a total of 48. The highest year on record was 2 years ago, and that was 41. So the addition of the machines would allow greater access to the Narcan or naloxone without the restriction of people having public business hours. So, like I said, I support with the stipulation that none of the intravenous materials are placed in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak this evening to the board?
Good evening, all. My name is Ashley Hesse, 4815 Plumbers Point Road in Oshkosh. Similar to previous 2 speakers, I want to talk again and encourage you to accept this grant, which has already been awarded. And thanks to the Public Health, the Board of Health, for helping to get this back before the whole board in total. And really, for me, this is an opportunity for you, our elected leaders, to tell the citizens of Winnebago County and demonstrate in a really clear and concise fashion that you value their lives and you value the lives of their families, and you value the lives of the communities, and you value, like my life, to have an opportunity to save the life of somebody else by accessing something that's just really, I equate them with like the AEDs and other, life-saving countermeasures that we have found ourselves to implement over our lifetimes because it makes sense. This is an all-out war. I've been engaged in this all across the country, setting up opioid treatment programs, not because I want to, but because it's what I found my job has asked of me. I would argue that this is the fifth of the opioid wars, starting several centuries ago with China and ending again with China, if you will. I would like to point out that our current country's system to address substance use and abuse and prevention activities was due in large part by President Richard Nixon when he made the decision to create the Special Action Office of Drug Abuse and Prevention, which was then responsible for all drug-related programs, including education, treatment, and research efforts. More contemporarily, we had President Trump initiate his own Stop Opioid Abuse and Reduce Drug Supply and Demand, and then signed into law the SUPPORT Act, Substance Use Disorder Prevention that promotes opioid recovery and treatment for Patients and Communities Act. A lot of those provisions expired, but it was reauthorized. Congress reauthorized funding to continue this. This is a long-standing challenge. We can sit in judgment, if you will, of people and why and how they got there. But the reality is, in my opinion, you have an easy decision to make to help us, help me and my family and others, save the lives of somebody if we so chose to. Nobody wants to be in that situation, but this stuff happens. It's the reality. So please vote in favor of accepting the grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak before the board tonight? Anyone else wishing to speak before the board in the audience?
This is not fun. I'm nervous. My name is Steve Seegers, fired up. Right, Mike? I live at 1710 Georgia Street, Oshkosh, representing Patron Properties in regards to 1730 Oak Ridge Road in Neenah. Zoning change was denied for a business that I put in not knowing what zoning was. So I guess why I'm here is because I was told I wasn't supposed to be, so that's why I'm here. I guess I'm just looking for direction on what I need to do next, because obviously I booted my tenant out, so I'm losing income. So that's it for now.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in the audience? Okay, we do have one on Zoom.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ezra Lyon. I work with Theta Care. I actually live in Amherst, Wisconsin, so I'm not a resident of Winnebago County. But as part of my job, I oversee our response at Theta Care to the opioid epidemic. I'm here to speak in support of the two proposals on the agenda for the board tonight. I strongly support the public health grant to bring naloxone distribution in the form of the public health vending machines. We've been working at Theta Care to help with the goal of community saturation of naloxone. So if someone's overdosing, someone has the ability to access the life-saving medication that naloxone is. It's available in all of our emergency departments, or will be, sorry, as of in March, starting in Appleton and then coming to Winnebago County and the Neenah Emergency Department in February, and then available at a $0 or $1 cost from all of our Theta Care pharmacies. So we strongly support another option for people to obtain Narcan. I also strongly support the work that Solutions is doing in crisis stabilization. We see this a lot. I practice inpatient medicine as well as outpatient medicine, where someone will be admitted to the hospital with an alcohol problem or an opioid use problem. They'll be stabilized, and then they'll have nowhere to go. And the county will approve, room and board for them after going through, the ASAM criteria. That may take days. And those days are really important days for people in early recovery. It's really important to get people housed and get people in a supportive system as soon as possible. as they're making transitions, whether that's from the hospital, from incarceration, or from other unstable situations. So again, I strongly support both of those proposals before the board tonight.
Thank you. For those that didn't understand at first, that was Dr. Bill Topol. Them pictures that flashed up there, they had nothing to do with this, what he had to say, so don't get them confused. Who do we have next? Who's next? Deb Martin.
Hi, Deb Martin, 164 Wildwood Drive in Oshkosh. I would speak in favor also of the vending machines for Narcan. It seems like a simple solution. The money's already there. Please help people that make mistakes and need a second chance. I am very happy to see all the wonderful programs that you have to vote on from the Spirit Commission. So I urge you to support that. You know, I've been here before talking about use those funds for good in our community, and all of these projects will do that. Solutions, there's articles in the Northwest Herald, the Northwestern, and also the Herald about the great work they're doing in conjunction with other services in town. Of course, Habitat for Humanity, their track record is stellar. Boys and Girls Club, again, these are, and Nova as well, have been around and doing great work for the people in Winnebago County. And I appreciate your consideration, and I hope you all vote in favor of these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Who? That's it. I just wanted to make an announcement. I'm not plugging any judges or anything, but I had gotten emails from a couple of you that said, when do you speak? If you want to speak and introduce yourselves, now's the time to do it, because there will be no other time. So if you want to introduce yourself to the crowd, now is the time to do it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Rust, 1267 Merritt Avenue in Oshkosh. I am a candidate for Winnebago County Circuit Court Branch 1, so actually this exact room. And so I'm here tonight just to introduce myself to the public as well as to the board, and just remind everyone that there is a primary coming up on February 20th. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone. We will close that part of the meeting then. And we'll move on to communication, petition, memorial, accountants, and commendations.
Okay, we have a notice of claim from Progressive Insurance on behalf of Ashley N. Solvang for damage to her vehicle caused by a Winnebago County snowplow. After I put this on the agenda, I did receive an email from the insurance company that this is an old claim and beyond the statute of limitations, so they will not be reopening the file at this time. And then I have a number of commendations. The first one is for Thomas Burns. Thomas Burns began his career with the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office as a corrections deputy in April of 2000 after spending 12 years in the private sector. In 2003, Thomas was selected to become a patrol deputy. He provided quality service to the community in that role for more than 20 years. During his career, Thomas was an officer in charge in the Corrections Division, field training officer, agency trainer in multiple disciplines, motor carrier safety assistance program inspector, and member of both the crowd control and SWAT teams. He was a staple of the Sheriff's Office boat patrol units, spending many weekends on the waterways throughout the county. Thomas's knowledge, experience, and commitment to his chosen profession has benefited many deputies and the agency. Thomas's distinguished record and compassionate service is both commendable and appreciated. Please join me in expressing our gratitude and best wishes as he enters retirement. The next one is for Brian Kay. Brian Kay began his career with the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office as a corrections deputy in December of 1999. Prior to joining the Sheriff's Office, Brian served in the U.S. Air Force and worked for the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. In March of 2003, he was selected to become a patrol deputy. Brian left patrol in June of 2017 for a courthouse security position that he held for the remainder of his career. Brian was knowledgeable, known for his dry sense of humor and high energy, and always respected by his peers. During his career, Brian was a motorcycle operator for the sheriff's office and member of the SWAT team. His work ethic and experience benefited the agency and many of his fellow deputies. Brian's distinguished record and compassionate service is both commendable and appreciated. Please join me in expressing our gratitude and best wishes as he enters retirement. A commendation for Thomas Macaret. Thomas Macaret began his career with the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office as a corrections deputy in September of 1993. Prior to working for the Sheriff's Office, Thomas served in the U.S. Naval Reserve. In 1996, Thomas was selected to become a patrol deputy. During his career, he was promoted to detective and sergeant, a position he held in both the corrections and detective divisions. Thomas assumed many responsibilities for the Sheriff's Office. He was an agency instructor, a member of the accident reconstruction team, a long-term member of the Sheriff's Office dive team, a primary boat operator for the agency, and a field training officer. Thomas's energy, experience, and knowledge benefited the agency and many of the deputies who currently serve for the Sheriff's Office. Thomas's distinguished record and compassionate service is both commendable and appreciated. Please join me in expressing our gratitude and best wishes as he enters retirement. Commendation for Sharon Schneckenberg. Congratulations to Sharon Schneckenberg on her retirement. Sharon has been a dedicated DHS employee for almost 27 years. Most of Sharon's time at DHS was spent in the Behavioral Health Division. For the last 5 years of her tenure, she has worked as an ADRC specialist, helping people to get the help they require to live their best life. Sharon is a quick study and soon became an excellent ADRC specialist and an amazingly supportive teammate. She gave support, answered questions, and provided education to her fellow co-workers and the community regarding behavioral health and county processes. She never backed down from a challenge, even when faced with some pretty difficult situations. Sharon always provided the customer excellent service, kindness, and professionalism in her work. Please join me in congratulating Sharon on a career well done. She was an asset to Winnebago County and will be greatly missed. Commendation for Roseanne Smerling. After 29 dedicated years of service working with the mental health population, Roseanne Smerling has retired. During her career, Roseanne worked with several individuals with mental health issues. Roseanne has been essential to the case management team, showing passion for those that she has worked with by providing excellent care, collaboration, and dedication to both clients and her co-workers. Her ability to influence positive change through her work will be carried on throughout our department. We wish Roseanne a well-deserved retirement and good luck in her future endeavors. She is appreciated for all her work and was an asset to Winnebago County. A commendation for Randy Wolt. Randy Wolt came to the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office after working as a corrections officer with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. He became a corrections deputy in February of 1991, a patrol deputy in 1992, and promoted to detective in 1996. Randy joined the Lake Winnebago Area Metropolitan Drug Unit in September of 1996, working with the MEG unit until 2010. Over his career, Randy had been a member of the SWAT and dive teams and a firearms instructor for the agency. Randy became very knowledgeable regarding undercover work and networked with hundreds of law enforcement officers. He was known for his sense of humor and respected by his peers. Randy's experience was an asset to the agency and many new detectives that worked alongside him. Randy's distinguished record and dedicated service is commendable and appreciated. Please join me in expressing our gratitude and best wishes as he enters retirement. And then we have a commendation for Pat O'Brien. Pat O'Brien was a Winnebago County Board Supervisor from 1988 to 2008, and then a County Board Advisor from 2008 to 2023. During his time in office, Pat served on numerous boards and committees. Pat mostly served as the chairman of the Solid Waste Management Board from 1992 to 2023, which was his passion. Pat served his community for the past 35 years and during that time was a most conscientious and devoted county servant. Pat O'Brien passed away on November 30th, 2023 at his home surrounded by family after a short battle with cancer. Pat was dedicated to cultivating solid waste and recycling partnerships within our Brown, Outagamie, and Winnebago County region, and statewide advocacy as an active member of various solid waste and recycling work groups. Pat's leadership, guidance, and support will be deeply missed by all Solid Waste Management Board members and Solid Waste Department staff. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a reminder that this coming Monday, next week, is the Ledge Committee. That'll be held at the Coughlin Center at 8:30 a.m. So please attend if you can.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to bring up again, hoping that those of us who are entrusted with a $192 million budget could actually handle keys to our drawers. Rather than have the county clerk and her staff unlock every door before the meeting and lock them again at the end of the meeting, all she would really have to do is check at the end of the meeting that they're all locked. Just pull, make sure we lock them up. I'm still asking for a key. The second thing I want to say is on the consent agenda, numbers 1 through 16 just need a majority. Numbers 17 through 22 need 2/3. And I would say we should split them in half, unless people are going to pull some of them out. Make sure we have a majority of 1 through 16, then vote on 17 through 22 to make sure we have 2/3. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next Safe Streets Initiative meeting is Friday, January 26th at noon, Branch 3, and I look forward to seeing everyone there. That's where Safe Streets Initiative is where we will get some more data in regards to a lot of our diversion programs. And we're going to be talking a little bit more about, I know that Judge Gibbs was looking at what we can do in regards to those involved in the criminal justice system that may have mental health conditions or mental illnesses. So we will be, that will be an agenda item that we'll be discussing at that time. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing anyone else. We'll continue on. The next thing on the agenda is County Executive's report.
Thank you and good evening. Special thanks to all the supervisors who come out in these sub-zero temperatures to serve the people who have elected you. It's cold out there. While Snowstorm Bennett has come and gone, we are still amid this dangerous weather event. We have been tracking all of our efforts thus far, and we will be bringing a full report of our efforts to the next county board meeting to let you know exactly what we've done up to this point and what we've done through the rest of it. In your packets, you will find a memo for the upcoming strategic planning session. Looks like this. Get the little bar or the little QR code for those who know how to use that. We'll be sending out an email that also has a survey link on it. So if you don't want to type that in, you could just click on that. As stated in the memo, it should take about 15 to 20 minutes of your time. The responses are asked to be completed January 19th. If possible, and this will help us ahead of the strategic planning session when we get there. So, again, that's this page that's in your packet. I want to discuss some of the Spirit Fund requests that we have passed already, and some of them in front of you tonight. I understand the desire to prioritize funds for our own capital purchases. I simply want to point out how much supporting our community partners takes the pressure off of the services we provide for our county. These partners save us a considerable number of resources from our operational expenses. While the debt we carry is extremely low, and that is good, our operational levy has very little room. This is why the Habitat for Humanity and the Boys and Girls Club are crucial for us serving our mission. There is no way we could do this alone. Tonight there's a couple other resolutions in front of you that directly will help us in the fight of the opioid epidemic we are facing. Nova Counseling will provide more treatment capabilities and more sober living beds to extend their services. Currently, it's a 30-day service. My brother went through a 30-day service, and then he did another 90 days in Blandine House. And that extra time is crucial for people to really be able to adjust to a new recovery lifestyle. Also, Solutions aims to provide more sober living arrangements as well for those adapting to recovery. Again, I cannot stress how important that is while people adapt to break the old cycles to get into the new cycles. These combined with our STAR program will be a huge advantage in this epidemic. However, none of this is possible if we cannot keep people alive long enough to get to the resources. Which brings me to my next topic, which is near and dear to me. And I know this is an emotional response for some when it comes to these vending machines. We'll have that, I'm looking to contain Narcan test strips and Narcan test strips and doTERRA bags. And for those of you that want to know what doTERRA bags are, they're a bag which you can put substances in, add water, and it destroys the drugs. So it doesn't have to go into our water supply and our water stream. So whether it is drugs that maybe you find from a loved one or an old prescription that you no longer want to use and you want to destroy safely, you can do that with these bags. But I want to be clear that the purpose of these vending machines is to keep people alive, period. End of story. As stated in the agenda item report, several changes were made from the original resolution. And I just want to read those out to really highlight those. Number one, the prohibition of syringes and needles. While the state statute does not include these items as drug paraphernalia, the resolution does prohibit these items from the machines. Number two, access to the machines. The code to the machines will be provided with consultations from the county or community partners. Ideally, those using the machines are referred to the treatment and assessed for resources. One of the methods we were looking at is the We Heart You Recovery app, where one button might get you a code from one of our peer support specialists, but the other button right next to it might get you help. Have a conversation with somebody right then and there, and that's our goal. Number three, educational materials. All items in the vending machines are required to include information on how to access treatment and other sobriety resources, including the We Heart You Recovery app, and also to get the word out of what our Connect program is just across the parking lot here. Number four, other public health items. A need may arise for such items such as water, if it's really hot out, or gloves, or hats, or CPR mask, or other items to be included. This resolution expressly prohibits any items that are not commonly used, as drug paraphernalia, regardless of whether the law exempts the item or not. And as you know, syringes are not considered drug paraphernalia. Because then people with diabetes would have a big problem out there. So there's reasons for that separation. I understand if I can't earn your vote tonight to accept that grant, and I'll never hold that against somebody. Colin Powell has 13 rules of leadership, and one of them is never let your ego get so close to your position that if your position fails, your ego goes with it. All I'm asking is that take the time to make an objective decision on this, and you think about the community at large, and the only thing I'm asking is an opportunity in the access for the tools to keep people alive long enough to get to sobriety. 3 years ago, I just about lost my brother, and he is sober today. 3 years of recovery, and we do and we can recover, but not if we're dead. So with that, thank you. I'll open myself up to any questions on anything on the agenda today or anything that I covered here.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I saw in the newspaper, one of the items they were talking about putting in those vending machines were tampons. I hope we don't make the mistake that gentlemen in the Indiana legislature have made to call them luxury items, and ladies, please don't laugh, that tampons give women orgasms. So let's be smart about this and realize that they're important. Thank you.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, County Executive. Hello. Could you just clarify gloves? Do you mean like winter gloves?
Yes.
Because it's cold?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are not medical gloves.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Same thing with the hats, not ball caps, but stocking hats. All right, thank you. I think in the agenda item reports is actually, there's a typo. It says hates. The E was not intended. It'd be an odd thing to put in a vending machine.
Not seeing other lights, we are ready for your appointment, sir.
All right, thank you. Dear members of the County Board of Supervisors, below is my appointment for the January business meeting. Winnefox Library Systems Board of Directors, I am appointing Mrs. Melissa Stafford to a term expiring December 31st of 2026. Vacancy remains for representatives from the Menasha Fox Crossing area.
Motion made and seconded for Melissa Stafford for the library, or for the Winnefox Library System Board of Directors. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried.
Thank you very much.
All right, I don't have a lot tonight because we have enough on our agenda, but I want to talk about that a little bit. Well, the first thing I want to do is I want to send out our condolences to Rebecca Nichols, lost her father. So maybe if the clerk's office could at least send her a card or whatever. So if any of you see her, that she lost her father here this last week. So the other thing I want to do before we go into this, and I know I could do it later, but I'm going to now. On this, as you can see, everything on the consent agenda, I put everything on this time. But that was for a reason. I had 4 or 5 of you come up and say, well, why did you put this on? Why didn't you put that on? I did it for a reason. And we talked about it when we did it, is I don't think some of you actually even look at anything till you get here, and then you ask all these questions. And I think we ran across that the last month. We got that we were asking questions that had already been asked. I know Supervisor Gustafson, he brought up, I think 2 months ago or whatever, that if some of the gone ahead, done some of the homework before, call the person that's in charge of that one, the chairman or whatever, get some of the answers ahead of time. So that's why I did it, not to trick anybody, hide anything. Before I approve the consent agenda or before it's approved, I'm going to bring out, everybody can pull everything that they want or whatever. But hopefully it brought attention and some of you are at least read it over and says, geez, I don't want to go along with that, I'm going to pull that. So that's why I did it that way, not to hide anything or be funny about anything. So that's all I'm going to say on that. So when we get to it, I will make sure and let you all know to go ahead, and when the consent agenda, before it gets approved, you will have your chance to go ahead and pull anything out, but once it's approved, you're done. All right, presentations, day-by-day warming shelter. There was only one, and that was Rebecca Nichols, the only one that I got called by. He didn't call me. I only announced ones that call me. They always mark them excused anyways.
Good evening. Thanks for asking us back. My name is Molly Yatso-Butz, and I'm the Executive Director of the Day by Day Shelter. I do have 2 team members with me as well who will also answer any questions. Carl Bulow, who's our Operations Director, and Denise Holtz, our Program Director. And we are now the Day by Day Shelter. As of May 15th, 2023, we became the state of Wisconsin's first ever purpose-built shelter, putting a place for people who have nothing, giving them a place to go in Winnebago County, offering them temporary shelter, support services, and an opportunity to improve their lives through everything that we offer at the shelter. The money that we received through the Winnebago County via the Wisconsin Department of Administration by the U.S. Department of Treasury was used to construct the new 50-bed, 365-day shelter, and that shelter is located at 420 CP Avenue in Oshkosh. Just to give you some statistics, so again, we opened that new building in May 15th, so actually we celebrated 8 months yesterday. Prior to that, Day by Day didn't actually have a permanent home. It was in the basement of Most Blessed Sacrament Parish for 12 years, giving supportive services to those who are homeless only during the cold months out of the year. So we were only operating October 15th to April 15th each and every year on a 6-month temporary use permit that allowed us to
host 25 people per night in the basement of a church where they slept on mats on the floor. In summer of 2020, when I became executive director in the middle of the pandemic, we soon learned how valuable the services were that Day by Day provided to Oshkosh and Winnebago County when no other supportive services were open. And Day by Day decided to open their doors to those who were experiencing homelessness during the day, because we could only offer those services at night from October to April. And that's when we hired Denise, and she became this daytime resource director, in which we saw tremendous growth and opportunity for people who are experiencing homelessness in Oshkosh and Winnebago County. And therefore now we have in our new building all of those services combined. So we offer the temporary shelter in the evening from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. every single day, 365 days per year. And then we offer our daytime resource and support programs during the day from 8 a.m. to about 5 p.m. And Denise has a very fluid and flexible and pretty amazing schedule. And we can get into some of that in a little bit. But really I want to talk tonight about the actual construction of the building, because that is what the funds were used to do, is construct this building in which we could provide this temporary space for those who are the most vulnerable in our community. In 2023, we served 367, those numbers were just given to me this morning, 367 unique individuals. 20% of those in 2023 were actually older adults. So we've seen a significant increase in older adults who have become homeless. We consider an older adult 55 and over. We've also seen an uptick just in this last school year of those experiencing homelessness between the ages of 18 and 24. So those seem to be two very rising age groups. Approximately 106 out of almost 400 experienced homelessness for the first time. So again, we know that homelessness has tripled in Winnebago County in the last 3 years, and so we are absolutely seeing those numbers of people who are experiencing homelessness for the first time in their life. We also serve those who are homeless veterans, and we estimate that about 22 people who we served were homeless veterans. So since we opened our doors at 420 CP Avenue, we expanded not only our capacity to serve the most vulnerable, but the new building has allowed us to enhance those programs and services, enabling us to reach more people as they make their journey towards self-sufficiency. So Day by Day, we actually have now where we employ people who stay with us. I will honestly, personally say it has been my favorite part of opening the new building. So we employ 4 to 5 people at any given time who actually stay with us, and then part of their programming is that they actually work for us as well. So they are doing all of our janitorial work, they are doing our shoveling, they are cleaning our bathrooms, scrubbing our toilets, doing our laundry, helping us clean the kitchen, organizing our donations, keeping our pantry up to date, and that has been really great. So we not only offer them a place to be employed, but we provide them supervision by people who obviously know them and can support them, and we can give them that just great base to move on with their lives. We've had over 18 people secure housing since July 1st, and 50 individuals completed their Rent Smart classes. We've completed over 44 health assessments, including 22 referrals for dental care, 27 referrals to the ADRC. Additionally, 30 individuals received assistance setting up primary care, specialty, and other healthcare needs, including pharmacy. So this is an additional program that we brought on as well. We actually have a health and human services coordinator who has worked in a collaborative healthcare system her pretty much 30 years of being a registered nurse, and we have found that probably 1/3 of the people we see should never, ever, ever have been on the streets. And somehow the system has failed them, and now we have to get them into a community care support network and get them off the streets, because health-wise, they shouldn't be on the streets. So she helps them set up primary care and health care and all their specialty needs and all of that stuff, including their pharmacy, med checks, and those health assessments have been extremely valuable. 120 new volunteers started volunteering at Day by Day since we opened our new building. It's amazing what windows and not being in a basement will get you for people who want to spend time in your building. And we served over 12,000 meals and about, just to give you some perspective, over 700 gallons of milk in the first 7 months. So we go through a lot of food and milk. Just to the next slide. Just to remind you of those challenges that the old shelter faced. We had a guest capacity of 25 people per night. We had to turn away many people per night. Our overnight services were limited to that 6 months per year. We lost contact with all of our guests during the summer. Many times we would have to chase down or try to find them in various locations around Oshkosh when, doctor's appointments came up, or we had opportunity for them to get into sober living or things like that. We would end up having to chase them down the streets of town. We lacked any space for confidential conversations, particularly for people who were in crisis. We were in a 2-story building. Again, that 55 and over crowd. There were nights where we had 6 people in walkers in the shelter, and trying to navigate them through stairs, and then also in showers that were never really meant to be showers was challenging. The mattresses were on the floor, making it really difficult for people to get up and down out of their beds. We really had just outgrown the space. We're a 12-year-old nonprofit, so with the growth that we've seen in not only our agency and what we've been able to do, but then the increase in homelessness, we just have really outgrown that space. The men's bathroom, as an example, only had 1 toilet. We had no supply room, or no room for supplies such as shampoo, conditioner, things like that we use. Think about 50 people taking a shower every day, right? The kitchen was extremely limited, and then we had no safety and security. So now the next few slides, I'm just going to show you pictures for those who haven't been to the new building, just pictures of what the actual new building looks like. And then, of course, the value that it has added to not only Day by Day, but to those who are facing homelessness in Winnebago County. You can see the building layout is very open. Again, this is purpose-built shelter, meaning that this building was designed to serve those who are homeless. It was built as a congregate living space so that we could keep staffing costs down. There are clear sight lines. Everything is visible from our staff desk. Our safety and security is probably the best you'll ever see. I think we have more cameras than anything else in that building. So there's really not a location when you are sitting at the staff desk that you can't see. Plus, the building was built in such that this 85% of the building really serves the needs of those who are experiencing homelessness. So where they sleep, where they eat, where they interact, where they can use a computer, where they shower, where they receive laundry, and then just a small 15% give us some space to do our work, have meetings, and those type of things. So these photos, you can see it's the beds. Oh, we moved on to the next one. That's fine. So there's the beds, and I can talk about that a little bit more. They are off the floor now with storage for each individual under the bed. You'd be surprised at what having a bed, it's very dormitory for any who have lived in a dorm. That feel of you kind of have that space that's your bed, but then you're kind of close to someone else, but yet feel like you have your own space. When I ask individuals who stay with us what their favorite part of the shelter is, many of them will say their bed. So it's just a space to kind of call their own. The dining room obviously provides that congregate meal time, that joining together, obviously with meals and meal teams and volunteers who come in. Denise does a lot of her programs out of the dining room because we have large groups participating. And then that big open space, again, for our staff to really be able to see everything is certainly valuable. The next slide just shows some of those programming areas. We were able to acquire a dog. Phoenix is our facility dog. He was a gift from a grant from the Oshkosh Area Community Foundation. He is the highlight of everybody's day at the shelter, including all of us who work during the day and then those who come in at night. But Phoenix has great use of the facility and uses it to get exercise as well. The top picture is what we call our quiet room. This is a room that people can use when they are in distress or maybe having a bad day or maybe needing to just get away for some alone time. And so we allow them to go in there. Our therapists have designed and decorated this room for us. And it just provides a really safe space for people who are in crisis. These are spaces that we just didn't have at the other facility. Our police calls, just to give you guys some background, at this time last year, we were averaging about 29 police calls per month. And that a lot of time was due to people who were in crisis and we just had nowhere to go with them, or the only thing we could do is lead them to a basement of 25 strangers and tell them to figure it out. We on average right now have about maybe 1 to 3 police calls per month, and we really attribute that to this space, people having space and places to go to calm down and de-escalate and things like that. We have a conference room, so Denise does a lot of her classes and programming in those conference rooms. A morning like this morning when I couldn't even find a parking spot at the shelter, which is kind of ironic, right? We had so many programs going on at once that we had programs going on in the dining room, programs going on in the conference room, and so our guests are really taking advantage of those things that we're offering during the day. And then again, those beds and the value that having your own space provides. The next slide. This is a really big one, laundry and showers. Alliance graciously donated all of our laundry services or units to the shelter, plus they come and help service them, which has been amazing. We do approximately 1,200 loads of laundry per month. We do all personal laundry for everyone who stays at the shelter. So when you think about that, almost 400 people had their laundry done by us. But then in addition to that, we have to do everybody's bedding. So we have a bedding schedule. We have a bedding brigade. So we actually have people who come in every morning from 9 to 12, volunteers in the community who love to do laundry. And they sit in our laundry room and do nothing but hours and hours and hours of other people's laundry. God bless them, right? The showers, we now have 7 showers. So we designed these showers to kind of replicate the YMCA family locker rooms, so kind of giving you that personal space to take a shower, take off your clothes, put new clothes on, all ADA compliant, which has also been fantastic. But our guests now get 30 minutes to shower, which again, we never had. It was 10 minutes in the old building just to get people through as quickly as we could. And so now it's a 30-minute shower between the 7 showers, and they can either take a shower in the evening or the morning. But having that space has been pretty phenomenal. And then the next slide, again, just shows when you feed 50 to 60 people every night in a non-functional kitchen, it became pretty stressful. Having a kitchen that actually supports the food and just storing food and all of that has been helpful, although it is also an area that I didn't think was going to be such hard work, right? Like you forget, this is why school districts have people that are dedicated to serving meals, because it's a lot of time is consumed by what people are going to eat who have no food. So our kitchen has been tremendous. It's workable. Our walk-in refrigerator and freezer has allowed us the opportunity to get donations. We get wedding donations, funeral donations, restaurant donations. When they call and they say, we have a lot of leftover food, would you like it? Yes. We used to have to answer no. We had nowhere to go with it. Now we can serve those meals right away, or we can freeze them, which has also been amazing. And so that storage, we can bring out meals and serve those as need be as well. And then that pantry that you see, that is all food that we get. Carl is a member of Feeding America, and the food pantry contacts Carl every week on Fridays, and he goes and picks up food donations. And so, as I said on the radio this morning, it doesn't have to be expensive. If feeding 50 to 65 people sounds very overwhelming or expensive to you, it doesn't have to be. If you have time to make a ton of mac and cheese and put tuna in it, we have all the tuna and the mac and cheese that you could possibly need, and you just need to stop by the shelter, grab it, and then prepare it and bring it. That's just an example of all the food that we have at the shelter, just ready to go, just waiting for people who, again, want to spend their time cooking, but don't want to spend a lot of money. The next slide, smoking patio. This was a lot of planning. We needed to create a space that was indoor, outdoor. Winnebago County has a smoking ordinance, so it needed to not be indoor, but it needed to be visible. It needed to be secured. It needed to have cameras in it, and our staff needed to be able to access it at all times. So the smoking patio has been great. It is actually like attached to our building, but has all open, solid brick walls around it, but open at the top. We can see them as they're out, and we have scheduled smoke breaks. So that's something that has been, our staff used to have to walk down to the corner of the church parking lot, like on a night like tonight, and our staff used to have to sit and watch people smoke and then walk them back up to the building. And then sometimes we would have to redo search and redo jackets and redo all of that. And now it's an out, everybody goes out together, and then everybody comes in together. It's been a real time saver and game changer. The last slide of photos just shows, again, like I said, real small area, but very valuable to those of us who work there. We have about 23 people on staff at the shelter. About 9 or 10 of us are full-time at this point, and the rest are part-time. But people had no place to work out of, so we had no private spaces at all. The photo on the left represents one of our admin offices, so that would look similar to what Carl, Denise, and I work out of. Our staff didn't have bathrooms, so our staff actually had to share restrooms with our guests. So having our own staff bathrooms has been also very valuable. And then those two right side pictures is what we call our fishbowl, because it really is that. It's a fishbowl. It is everything that happens in that space can be seen, and everything that happens from the shelter can be seen from that space, because all of our security cameras are set up in there. So that's where our hourly team members work. We call them our shelter advocates, and those are those 4 p.m. to midnight positions, midnight to 8 a.m. positions, again, 365 days a year. So those spaces in this building, again, have been a tremendous support to those experiencing homelessness in our community, and we're appreciative of the grant. So thank you. Now I can ask if you guys have any questions.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Molly, could you describe how the day-by-day warming shelter is dealing with the present cold wave?
Mm-hmm. So it's the day-by-day shelter.
Because in the past, we have had some bleachers, and of course now you're in your new building. Share with us how you're contending with this cold wave, which I'm certain is probably overflowing your doors.
Not too bad, but I will remind you, so we're no longer a warming shelter. So we're the day-by-day shelter. So a warming shelter is a shelter that's only open for the sole purpose of serving those who are homeless during the cold months of the year, right? So now we serve people all year round. But we do have an emergency weather protocol in which we follow if it's 110 degrees and tornadoes and negative 20 degrees wind chills. So we have an emergency protocol for all months of the year. So we followed our emergency protocol for negative 20 degree wind chill, and we worked with John and Lou and their team to establish what we could provide and then what the county could provide. So our protocol and policy is that when the weather hits a certain degree, which it did these last 4 or 5 days, we can pull out emergency beds. And then we can allow those who are not currently using day by day or maybe sleeping in their cars and decide they want to come to day by day, that they could use our shelter. So that happened in the last 5 months. We had so if we serve 50 people every night, we had between 50 and 58 people in our shelter the last 4 nights.
Now, did I hear you say that you're still accepting assistance from the county in dealing with the emergency?
No, we just spoke with them about timing. So for instance, they asked us to open early, so we did because State Street and other venues needed to close at a certain time. So we've been opening early since this cold weather snap. So instead of opening at 6 p.m., Carl opened 3 p.m. on Friday with the snow coming, and then we open at 5 p.m. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Then John and Lou had called and just asked if we would extend our hours Saturday morning until the library opened at noon so that people could stay in the shelter until noon. So we did. We just extended our hour. We didn't receive any assistance from the county. We just asked for favors. We paid. Actually, myself and another salaried staff member came in Saturday morning, so we didn't have to pay for hourly team members.
So there's open communication between the day-by-day
Yes.
and Winnebago County.
Correct.
Are there Winnebago County employees taking shifts or assisting? Are you able to manage the emergency protocol with your
Small
staff?
team? Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If somebody gets ill in the middle of the night or on the weekend, what do you do?
Somebody staff or somebody guest?
Guests.
Generally, we either call, depending on what their illness is. So I'll give an example. Last night at 5 o'clock when we opened early, a gentleman was standing outside, said he had severe chest pain. We, of course, brought him in, got him through getting his bed situated, getting him, and then 911 was called, and the fire department came and took him out on a gurney to one of the local hospitals where he was checked out, and they brought him back about 9:50 p.m. last night. So we call emergency medical services just like anybody else would.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start out by congratulating you on the work you do. I think of all the services we provide, this is, in my opinion, quite outstanding, and the need is great, obviously, because of the weather. I have 3 specific questions. I assume the beds are full?
Yes, the beds have been full just about every night since opening on May 15th.
And how many veterans do you have that you're aware of?
So when I put out our thank you to donors at the end of 2023, but I wrote it in November. We had served 22 total veterans out of the 330 was my number that I had at that time. As of today, I know we served 367 unique individuals in 2023. So I would assume that statistically, I would say anywhere between 22 and 30 homeless veterans.
Okay, so as of right now, would you know how many veterans are currently
Denise
using the
would.
facility today, the last few days?
Four or five.
Okay, that's sad to hear, in my opinion. And then how many hours per day can a person stay at the facility or in the facility?
Yep. So our facility is open from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. every single day. Then depending on what programs and services they're taking advantage of during the day, that generally runs, Denise starts her classes at 8 a.m. and those generally run through the mid-afternoon. But that's if people are choosing to use those programs and services. Generally they do. Right now we have huge percentage of people who utilize the services. And we have about 40% of those who are staying with us at any given time who are employed. So a lot of times they have to leave early in the morning to get to work. Carl, what's generally a wake-up time? Anyway,
4, 5, 6. Like we start waking some people up at 3:30 to get to work early, and then we have some people that come in late in the evening that will work a second shift job and get there at 11 p.m.
What are people actually doing then during the time frame they can't be in the facility? And let's assume it would be for 2 or 3 hours, based on what you've described.
a lot of times they use State Street. They go to the library. A lot
Okay.
of them have family in town that they go see.
I'd hate to see somebody on the
Salvation
street,
Army.
you know, this weather conditions we're having. Thank you very much for the
Yes,
work
you're
you do.
welcome. Thank you.
Supervisor Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Molly, this is a great program that you're putting on. I'm loving everything I hear. But
Thank
one
you.
of the questions I have is about the Rent Smart. I've never heard that before. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Hi, I'm Denise. The Rent Smart program is through the UW Extension. So I took a Train the Trainer training a few years ago, became all equipped to teach it. So it's material by the UW Extension. We don't develop it ourselves, but it teaches folks how to be a good renter, right? How to develop a good relationship with their landlord, how to choose a unit that's good for them, how to budget, all of these things. How to talk to their landlord is such a major one, right? And how to get a unit, how to apply, all of that stuff. So it gives them the groundwork to be successful. It gives them a positive year on their rental history if they have a negative history, so it looks good for evictions. They get a laminated certificate at the end, which like we track and number all of that, but it shows to the landlord or rental property all of the terms they went over in the Rent Smart classes as well. So where they've, grown their skills, all of that. A lot of folks also turn in their homework from their Rent Smart, turning in their budgets to me, the apartments they're looking at, all this stuff. So it's been great, and they're very motivated by the certificates. So it's been really awesome, and 50 folks completing that has been really huge. So it's been exciting.
That's good. That's good. Thank you, Denise.
Yeah.
Supervisor Gabbard.
First of all, every time you make a presentation, you're spot on with all your information. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
You've got a good thing going, and I know my constituents always ask, what's going on at the day by day? From both sides of the picture, okay? So questions for you, and maybe you don't have these. What is your water bill per month?
Oh,
It's gotta be
our water,
fantastic.
yes, our water bill has been, I will say I'm a little over budget on water bill because I didn't know what to prep for the water bill. But yeah, it's anywhere between $1,300 and $1,800 right now.
I was figuring that. How many hours can a resident, I'm going to call him a resident, a client.
Sure.
I'm not sure what that
Our guests, yeah.
Okay, your guests. How many hours a week can they work at the the day-by-day shelter?
Sure. So we received grants to help offset that program, which has been awesome. And so I have the grant set up so that 4 people every week can work each 10 hours per week, and they make $10 an hour.
Okay.
So it's 40 hours of week. It's 40 hours of work per week, but 4 people.
Okay, and then length of time, and this is a projection, but length of time that a resident, or guest would stay there going forward? How long? Is there a time frame that you have set like some of the other organizations? Or is it as long as they need it or you see that they need it?
The latter.
Could somebody live there 10 years?
Yes. I celebrate a lot of the major holidays in the shelter. And I will say that I celebrated my 4th Christmas with multiple people.
Okay. And then
And Thanksgiving.
Another thing, I thought I caught this on the media, that the day-by-day shelter had opened up for 10 or 15 beds sometime over the weekend. Is that correct? Extra?
Correct.
Okay.
It'll end, that emergency ordinance will end at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay. And then what is disturbing to me personally is you got part of that block grant and you built a building.
Correct.
You're not on the list tonight for any of the $500,000.
I am not.
I want you people to keep that in mind. She didn't ask for $500,000 like some of the others, okay? That also have grant money, which I'll speak to at that point. So I appreciate you went forward, you had plans set, you built the building, you opened very close to the scheduled time, you're doing your jobs and protecting people and taking care of them and trying to have them get a better life. So thank you for all you do over there.
Thank you for those comments.
Supervisor Burrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's coming a little different take. Thanks for excellent presentation.
Sure.
When I looked at the shelter stats, one of the things I was looking for is, we live in, employers can't find people. There's a shortage out there. And one of the things I'm curious about, again, is I think like the Joseph Project out of Milwaukee, for example, does your programming include a pathway to self-sufficiency, where people want to stand on their own 2 feet and eventually they graduate? And one of the things I look for in your stats is how many graduates do you have? Because to me, not everybody can get there, but it's a wonderful conclusion. And maybe they'll be in the Habitat for Humanity home someday.
Yeah,
But,
we had a meeting about that last week, actually.
Yes, anyhow, does your programming help address them as far as how they can become self-sufficient?
Yeah, and I can let Denise talk a little bit more about, like, when you said the job stuff, she does a lot of the job coaching and all that. So if you have additional questions for her about that. But also, right now, it is really just about trying to find people places to live, right? But yes, I'm going to be super honest with you. Again, in 4 years, have we, going back to the other question, sometimes we see people for 3 days. Sometimes we see people for 3 weeks. And you're like, oh, wow, that was fast. Okay, well, great, good for you, happy life, enjoy, come back. And then sometimes, like I said, I've celebrated the holidays for 4 years, right, with some people. So they're kind of all over the place. So do people graduate and move on? Absolutely. I mean, finding 18 people housing since July 1st, and again, those numbers were in November, was a huge success for our shelter. And again, if you want more information, Denise can speak to that. But there were times in the old shelter where we just couldn't get that momentum. So we're definitely seeing more success with the continuity of a 365 shelter. There are people who leave and come back too. So, and I'm just being very honest. So everybody is just kind of at a different place.
Great, thank you very much. That answered my question.
Sure.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you guys for the wonderful presentation today. I volunteered at Day by Day last year, right around the time when you guys opened, and it's a great experience, and I encourage everybody to do so. One of the questions that I had kind of dovetails off of Supervisor Eisen's question. So you're communicating and collaborating with County Human Services. In addition, I'm sure you're doing the same with city government. But what about other nonprofits, particularly in the field of opioid addiction and just other substance abuse issues that some of your guests may have, and trying to get them on the path to recovery? Do you guys have, do collaborative programming and whatnot to make sure that so these people have a chance to, start their lives over sober?
Yeah, and I'll let staff talk about that. Like they're both on committees in the community, but every single nonprofit sitting out in your audience tonight, we collaborate with in some way. So
wonderful.
Yeah, just an FYI. Yeah.
I just wanted to share this because it's something I'm very proud of. I oversee all the frontline staff, and 7 of our staff have lived experience with addiction or homelessness. 4 of those we share with Solutions Recovery. Trevor, sitting back there, has his scan card to our building because he comes in so often to see us. And like I said, several of our staff work for both of us. So when we talk about collaborating with not just the county and city and all the nonprofits, like she said, I'm at the food pantry every Friday working with them. We're working with Solutions all the time. We're working with Christine Ann, Damascus Road. All of those partnerships are vital to keeping our guests safe in the wraparound services.
Good to hear. Thank you very much.
I know Denise, Carl and Denise are out in the community on various committees that also work in partnership with as many people as we can to try to help as fast as we can, right?
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I've actually been involved with this for a long time, being on the Oshkosh Plan Commission. Back before our county executive was county executive, he was on the board with you guys, and you guys came to us at the city plan commissions, and I know we were all big supporters of that in the city because we saw the template that you were laying out, and I just kind of want to dovetail a little bit off of what Supervisor Bureau was asking here, and with the tiny homes, the Habitat for Humanity, do you keep numbers on like the percentage of your success rate? Is there a success rate that you aim towards? Not saying that it's it's a hard goal. I mean, but it's something for you guys to feel better about because you know what's going on with these people as they move on.
I'll let Denise speak to that. She sends multiple reports, but I know this is a canned statement, and everybody probably gets tired of me hearing saying the same thing for as many years as I've spoken on this. But success looks very different for all of us, right?
Exactly.
So I always remind people that for those of you who have children, if you have a success rate that all of your children have to measure up to because one child has achieved blank, that makes it very difficult for the other children, right? And it's hard to do it. So,
well, in this case, I would guess a success rate would be getting someone on their own 2 feet to start helping themselves.
Yes. But success
I'm
looks...
not setting the bar high.
Yeah, but success looks very different for all of us. So I just want to remind people that when we talk about success, it's sometimes it's being sober for one day. Sometimes it's getting to see their kid for the first time in 6 years. And you or I may not have that same success rate. So, but I'll let Denise speak to.
I just turned in a report to the United Way today that in the past 6 months, 40% of our guests did find housing. And a lot of times that is what is looked at as successful for us, right, is their own place. And someone had the question before in regards to what we do to set them up for that, right? So we teach them, we get them their ID documents in the first 30 days. They're set up with an appointment with our outreach specialist and health and human service coordinator. They go through their Rent Smart classes, and they're set up with a connection to a job or an income, whatever's appropriate for them. And they start their job search. So that's all in the first 30 days of them in shelter. We have a Goodwill Industries partnership where they come and teach 6-week courses every Wednesday morning. In those courses, there's 4 pertaining to employment, of course, how to get up for work on time, how to be a good employee, build those good relationships, positive communication. And there's 2 financial pieces after that. That they're mandatory as well. And we do have men's and women's health series to tie in mental health, physical health, all of those things, open their eyes to what they could be, experiencing or needing in those areas. And that's in the second 30 days. And in the third 30 days, the 90, they're looking for that housing still and looking for the jobs if that's not been achieved. So it's like giving the tools along the way and building them up for that experience. And so kind of wrapping around that, we have extra programs that are on the side, crafty corners, basic skills, art programs, therapy appointments, Griffin group with a therapy dog, all this extra stuff they can take advantage of on the side. But we do try to do a really well-rounded, good job of hitting all of those buttons, because people don't end up homeless over one issue, right? It's not just the house, it's how they got there financially or employment-wise, sobriety-wise, it's all that. So we do try to tie it together really full circle. But yeah, success it's different for everybody.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to add one little thing on the end, because Supervisor Gabbard brought up the water bill. I know when I was in the Navy, we had the switches on the water to turn the water on and off. So that way, you'd be amazed at how much that saves on your bill. Because I know in the Navy, when our evaporators would go down when we were in the middle of the ocean, they would limit us to 2 minutes of water time. And I'm not saying you should do that.
Yes.
Not saying you should do that. But I mean, if you went from 30 minutes to 20 minutes, that's 30% savings. So just a thought.
Yes, thank you, I appreciate that.
Supervisor Stafford.
I think it's a lot of our washers running 24/7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for what you do.
You're welcome.
I do think that this is an area, both the drug abuse issues and homelessness, it's a problem in this county, and I don't think people understand how significant it is. So thank you for bringing awareness in your presentation and doing what you do. I just have 2 quick questions. How do you reach beyond Oshkosh to other communities within Winnebago County, or do you?
Yeah.
So as of last week, I was voted in as the chair of the Winnebago Land Continuum of Care. Easy to write it down than say it. Anyway, so that is Fond du Lac, Winnebago, and Green Lake counties. That is our portion of our continuum of care. In Wisconsin, there are 4 governing bodies. It is Madison, Milwaukee, Racine County, and everybody else, balance of state. So that's kind of our portion of it that we work on sharing resources. When I took this job just over a year ago, I traveled to 6 different communities and toured their shelters, and I have working relationships with a lot of their operations people and operations directors. So we share policies and procedures manuals, or hey, how do you handle this, or this is the first time I've seen that kind of stuff, if that answers your question.
Sort of. So I'm from Neenah.
Okay.
And Neenah and Menasha specifically are kind of, it's strange from a topography point of view, right? So it's Winnebago County, right? But it's outside of Oshkosh, but it's also kind of outside of Appleton. So in that case, you have pillars,
Yep.
right? And then you have you guys, right, as the major sources. And Neenah kind of sometimes gets left out a little bit, only because it's not really, doesn't fit cleanly into either of those 2 buckets. So I'm wondering,
So
for
funny
Neenah,
enough, we just had a graduation party last night for a Neenah high school student.
Oh.
18-year-old who's been staying in the shelter now for about a month and a half. It's a terrible story that is happening.
Right.
But we had a cake, and it was fun to celebrate his he graduated early with his GED, which is fantastic. So part with the continuum of care, day by day has to serve under our continuum of care contract anybody in the balance of state. So that's not just Winnebago County and Fond du Lac. That is, like, if somebody came to us from La Crosse, they are in our balance of state group.
Sure.
So we work, Laura specifically, our Health and Human Services Coordinator, has contacts at the high schools in Neenah when we see something like that. There's not a whole lot of organized pipelines, but like Winnebago County sheriffs, if they find somebody that's unsheltered in Neenah or Menasha, they can absolutely bring them to us. They usually call us to see if we have an opening. But I don't want to use this term loosely, but they are our people too, so they definitely qualify for our services.
Absolutely. And then just one other question, if I may. We've talked about the drug abuse end of it, which is a significant contributing factor to homelessness, but there's also mental health, which is also a significant part that contributes to this. I'm just curious, do you have specific programs in place? I know you mentioned that you have a counselor, and I assume that you work with our Health and Human Services area in that way?
Yeah, and I'll let Denise speak to those, but before I forget, we're still, because I know it's going to be brought up, we're still serving over 90% Winnebago County. So if anybody asks, like, oh, how many people are you seeing from LaCrosse? It's still over, I think we're at 91 or 92% Winnebago County.
Okay.
Then there's talking about what you were just talking about. I know that drugs and mental health get talked about a lot from a homelessness perspective, but I would say that about 1/3 of the people we see, probably 2/3, 1/3 maybe fit into the addiction category, one third fit into the mental health, but there are 1/3 of people that we see that are just down on their luck. Like, oh, I feel so bad for so-and-so because he just can't, he's doing all the right things, but just can't get his head above water. So I also don't want to put this blanket around homelessness that it's all mental health and drug addiction, because it's not. So, but I'll let Denise talk about that.
So Monday mornings, we have a collaborative wellness come in. They do a AODA and mental health dual diagnosis group with our guests. That's about an hour. Tuesdays, they come in from 8 to about 9:30 for if there's folks there that need a one-on-one, they do that, or they do group work, whatever the situation calls for. Wednesday nights, we have in-house NA meetings. Thursday, our therapist is there from 10:30 to about noon for anybody, group work or one-on-ones. And then in the meantime, they can get connected with Solutions at any time they want, sit down with our outreach specialist or health and human service coordinator, maybe talk about treatment or what that looks like for them, and go those areas too. So usually every day something is offered there, but folks to connect them in the meantime too.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. I know I toured the facility, and I know our church comes and makes some meals and so forth. It's a wonderful program. The thing that I find very unique, I'm in the business of renting apartments and so forth. It seems like everybody's worried about tenants' rights. I don't know if anybody's worried about landlord rights at times. And my question or statement is to Denise. Boy, I love that Rent Smart idea. You're teaching people with perhaps limited skills how to be a good tenant. I'm fortunate in Winnie County, you can't rent a place in Winnie County, and I'm guessing it's close to as bad here, but
Really bad.
that person comes with that certificate, makes a whole difference to me, and I would think every landlord out there. So
Yeah.
teaching them how to be a good tenant has to be the quickest, fastest way to get them into their own housing and on their own feet. So I commend that. I commend the whole program, but that certainly sticks out to me.
Yeah, it teaches you how to bring up issues to your landlord. So you wake up and you have a leaky basement or leaky bathroom. When I woke up this morning, I'm calling you because I'm really frustrated that the bathroom is leaking above me again. Can you please fix it? And it sounds simple, maybe, right? But not to our guests, right? So you give them the framework of the conversation, and they use it with any issue. We give them a list of feelings they can use to describe what they're going through, how to explain the negative information. Maybe they've been evicted or have a really bad record, but we teach them how to outline that too, so they don't present it in a bad way, right? Giving them the tools to smooth this all over and be a good renter going forward. Yeah,
And
so it's really
if
awesome.
you ever need more help on the list of things they shouldn't do,
Okay.
Talk
Yeah.
to me, I can help you with
They
that.
learn a lot from each other. We learn a lot of stories, share a lot of, personal stories.
But just tangible, I think the first question is, your light bulb burns out. Do you change it yourself or call your landlord?
Yeah,
Just
you hear
having
some
that kind of thing,
Thank you.
Supervisor Haran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to bring up 3 quick things. One is the dog.
Oh, well, it,
The dog.
mm-hmm.
How precious is that?
He's amazing.
Dogs are amazing. Therapy dogs, service dogs, they are amazing. Well done for having one.
Thank you.
That is super. They kind of calm you down, don't they? They don't tell you that you're a lousy person. If anything, they say you're the best.
Yeah.
So I wanted to commend you on that. The next one is, on the beds, you had those beautiful blankets.
Oh.
Do people get to take those home?
Well, they are home while they're staying with us, right?
Yeah.
You mean when they move out?
When they move out,
Yeah,
yes.
generally we do let them take, we gift them with a set of sheets and blankets, and then some of the, like, their top needs and stuff. We generally put together a little welcome home basket for them and gift them with that when they move out.
The My Stuff bag, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The last question I have is, you seem to do a great deal with your facility. It's not just overnight. There are classes going on, and it sounds like were there staff available, you would be able to be open just about 5 days a week, 8 hours a day.
Well, we are. I mean, our admin team is there Monday through Friday, all during the day, and then some of us, I don't know how many of us were there till 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. Carl works overnights. We're all there all the time.
But as far as your guests,
Uh-huh.
they would have.
Oh, if they take advantage of the services provided, yes, there's a great deal of time during the day that they can spend. Plus those who work for us too. You know, that's a huge incentive right now.
Sure.
I let them work extra hours in the last few days, you know, because it kept them warm, and why not? Why not help clean up some of the extra messes that the snow brought in and all of that, right? So yeah, there's a huge incentive to taking advantage of our programs and becoming an employee, because that's all daytime work and stuff, yes.
Yeah, and as the Joseph Project was brought up, it sounds as though y'all are working kind of along the same lines that the Joseph Project, as I know it,
Sure.
has been working. I just want to say, way to go.
Thank you.
That's super. And the very fact that you aren't coming to us and asking, that's huge. Thank you.
I want to share one story.
Okay.
Because you brought up the dog. This night almost broke me. You know, for us, it's not about the numbers. You know, talking about success rate and stuff like that. But we know the names of all these people and stuff. And we had a guest who suffers from AODA issues. He's in an active addiction. He also chronic mental health issues. The day that he came to me and told me that he decided not to do meth today because he knew he was going to get to see Phoenix the dog at night, broke me. You can't put a number on that. So I had to share it.
Dogs are amazing.
Supervisor Bender.
Denise handles Phoenix as well, so she takes him home with her every night, and then he comes to work with her. So that's another part of her job that is pretty cool, right?
I'd just like to thank you for all that you do, and be aware of your mental health. I had a neighbor that was basically a social worker, and he got out of it. He said he had too many sleepless nights because he'd go home and he would constantly be thinking about what he should be doing the next day. And it's hard because you're dealing with 50 people that are in a crisis every day. And it's hard to go home at night and just put that out of your mind. You know, it's not like turning off a light switch. You know that this person needs this, and you know, you have a family, and it's hard to I don't know how you do it. I couldn't do it. I mean, I would be constantly thinking, how am I going to get housing for them? You know, some of these people would be in group homes, some of them into individual housing, and you know, you have to basically make sure that you take care of your mental health so that, you know, you stay strong. And if anybody's interested in that Rent Smart program, tomorrow on the extension, Todd Wenzel, he's the one that runs that through the extension office. He'll be doing a presentation. So if you want to show up at the extension meeting or tune in on Zoom, you'll be welcome to ask him any questions you want. He runs the Health Smart program for the county.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just excited with joy here, I'll tell you, because first of all, the presentation, I mean, you answered so many questions, and we all picked up something that we didn't know about before. Next, again, as a supervisor, the last 2 years, not knowing about any of these nonprofits, or not knowing about anyone working together, I've learned so much in the last 2 years that people have not any idea how these all intertwine, how whatever you do, you don't make a decision on your own, you're doing it for others, and you do send people other places. So it's just a neat web, and I don't know if it was the last 2 years, but I've seen more and more things are coming up on nonprofits. We appreciate them more. We should. They do so much. They raise so much money on their own. They do so many things on their own, and sometimes they ask a little help. But I think the pandemic and all that, that's what they need. The people were affected. The roads, bridges, and all that stuff, that's something else. But I just warmed my heart. This is the best money spent that I can remember at all in all the time that I've been here. That it was very wisely spent. It was used right. And what you're doing, the successes, I mean, I just learned, I think you said that, was it almost a third or half of the people shouldn't have been homeless. Somehow they got lost. How can that happen, you know? But then on the other side, you had 18 people that went out and found housing now. I mean, that's successes. That means that we invested in something that made sense. And I really appreciate what you do very much. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ralph.
Supervisor Ellenberger.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And also, do you ever work, I know someone personally who's been homeless, and she was a victim of fraud.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm just curious, it's kind of like one of those subjects, you know, older lady, completely, you know, lost everything because of fraud. And I'm pretty sure she's still doing it. I can't find her as of lately, so I'm a little worried about her. But I'm curious if you, as I know the sheriff's department does their fraud presentation. I'm curious if you do hit that a little bit. I mean, just a little bit if you do. And also, next time you come, will you please bring the dog?
Aw. Do we hit on fraud at all? Do you guys talk about that?
We talk about a little bit of fraud in your RentSmart as far as keeping like your information safe and storing it where it's you know, makes sense for you. But a lot of our guests or sometimes can be loose with their belongings, but we're kind of always talking about like keeping track of that stuff. When we do notice that a guest maybe, you know, you're spending all this time with them, if they're dropping clues that you're like, oh, this doesn't sound right, I think someone may be taking advantage of them, then we've kind of dug into it that way. We've kind of have a woman right now who's experiencing some dementia, and we're kind of putting her pieces together of what may actually have happened there. So it's just kind of tricky. But yeah, when we do hear people, or they're being catfished at shelter, we'll talk to them about that sort of thing. But they are very susceptible to being taken advantage of. So we do try to catch it where we can.
The Romeo thing is what this woman was
okay.
frauded out of, the Romeo person. So
Yeah, it's very real.
Thank you. Yeah.
They are rehomed now, but we had a family of 4 who got an amazing deal on a house for rent in Menasha. And so I loaded them into my truck to take them to their first night to their house for rent to an address that didn't exist. So when you talk about fraud, like, yes, absolutely, they are victims just like everybody else, and they are more likely to be victimized than victimize somebody else.
Well, we want to thank you very much for your excellent job and an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Next is Covey.
Which one am I? Okay, thank you. Well, that was certainly a tough act to follow there. They're doing a fantastic job. So I'm Pam Schutz. I'm with Covey. Covey serves people with developmental disabilities. We've been around since 1954 under a variety of different names. We've always served people with developmental disabilities, and we've always been trendsetters in that service area. I want to tell you a little bit about our name because it really talks about who we are. Covey is a small group of birds, and they stay together throughout their lives for protection and comfort. As a group, they are stronger and safer. They're able to do things they couldn't do alone. At Covey, the participants, the staff, the family members all believe that we can create possibilities by working together and supporting the people we serve. We chose a feather for our symbol because feathers are very rare and there are no two feathers that are alike. And the people we serve are rare and no two people are alike. Feathers provide warmth and protection. One isn't enough, but together, a group of feathers can weather a storm. So we approach things as a team with the community, with our participants, with our families, with our staff. Feathers create possibilities. They allow birds to fly high and explore greater opportunities, greater areas. So our feather represents protection, individuality, and opportunity. Yeah. So Covey's vision is a world that embraces individuals with disabilities for who they are. And we've heard tonight from a number of people, both in the public comments and in the day-by-day shelters presentation, about the vulnerable people in our community. And our participants are one of those very vulnerable populations. They need people to support and help them. And they need people to accept them for who they are. Our population, just like every other group of people that are served by nonprofits, have talents to share, have abilities to share. A lot of our participants actually volunteer at other nonprofits in the community. So in hearing about the day-by-day shelter and some of their needs, we will be connecting our adult day services with them to see how we might be able to support their mission. Our mission is to create opportunities that foster personal growth. And that is not only for our participants, but for all people we come in contact with. We've educated businesses in the communities about what our participants need to be able to take advantage of that business's services. We have a program called Meaningful Meals, where we go with a group of our participants and sit down with a restaurant owner or a restaurant manager and talk about how they can serve people with developmental disabilities more effectively. That program has been wonderful, and we've actually been asked to come in and train staff at restaurants to better serve people with disabilities. Our mission to foster personal growth, it applies to our staff. We give our staff opportunity to grow their skills, develop their skills, move up a career ladder. We have 3 program coordinators, one in one of the adult family homes that we've opened with the funds from the Neighborhood Investment Fund, and she was a program assistant who was promoted into that role. So we try to create growth opportunities for our staff. And we certainly create growth opportunities for our participants in all of our programs. The different programs that we have that I'm just going to run through briefly because our programs are a little more separate. The day-by-day shelter talked about a lot of support programs under their roof. We have a lot of different support programs too, but they're all spread out in different areas. So we have Covey Connects, which is a program to help people develop social networks, develop friendships, and take advantage of opportunities in the community. We have community-based adult day services, which teach people skills to meet goals that they've set for themselves. And some of the goals might be related to employment, might be related to living on their own, those types of things. I Can Bike is a program we do every summer that helps youth learn how to ride a regular conventional two-wheel bike. We recently started an inclusive artistry program to give our participants the opportunity to experience different forms of the fine arts. That was funded through a grant. Meaningful Meals, I mentioned. We have respite care, which supports family members who are caring for loved ones with disabilities so that they can work, they can participate in other activities in their life. We just started a new program called Let's Talk About It. This again was with grant funding through a couple of foundations. We discovered that people with developmental disabilities are 7 times more likely to be victims of sexual violence. And we really felt strongly we needed to do something about that. So Let's Talk About It is a curriculum designed specifically to teach people with intellectual disabilities how to have healthy relationships, how to protect themselves from being victims of sexual violence. One aspect of that program is to train other professionals in how to support people with intellectual disabilities if they do become victims of sexual violence. So we will be going out and training other professionals, also training parents so they can support their families better. And then what the Neighborhood Investment Fund has given us resources for are the adult family homes. So our first adult family home is at 250 West 9th Avenue in Oshkosh. We renovated that home from top to bottom. All new fixtures, all new surfaces, new heating and air conditioning system. That home opened on September 5th. We have currently 3 younger adult men who live in that home. It's the first time any of them have ever lived outside their parents' home. And they're all in their late 20s, early 30s. So at West 9th Avenue, with the funds that we got through the grant, we did some mold remediation. We gutted and remodeled the kitchen and the baths. We moved the laundry room to the main floor so that our participants, our residents there, could access the laundry and do their own laundry, learning how to do that. We replaced some exterior doors. We installed an entirely new HVAC system. We resolved basement water issues, reinforced basement walls, replaced all the outlets and light switches, replaced all the lights. We completed some landscaping cleanup, and we will be looking for volunteers to help us continue with that. We replaced all the flooring and we painted the interior throughout. So these are the 3 gentlemen who now reside at 9th Avenue. Again, none have ever lived outside their family home. One of the gentlemen went home to his mother's house for several days over Thanksgiving, and she contacted me in tears because towards the end of his visit, he said, "Mom, can I go home now?" referring to 9th Avenue. So that has become his home. He's settled there, he's happy there, and she's ecstatic because she doesn't have to worry about him anymore, and she knows he's being taken care of. Our second home is on Woodhaven Lane. It's lots number 2 and 3, and this is what it looked like in March of 2023. This is what it looks like now. We broke ground in May, and the exterior you can see is totally completed. The interior, they are beginning to paint the interior this week. This is the home Fox Valley Technical College residential construction program is building for us. It will be completed in May. We will begin applying for our license in the end of this month or early February. We're beginning to assess individuals who can move into that home. We anticipate opening that home in July. And this house is fully accessible, so it can serve a wider variety of individuals. It can serve individuals in wheelchairs, with the 9th Avenue home cannot do. I'm going to skip the slide that shows you the floor plan. It's a 4-bedroom house, and the rooms are a generous size. The next steps at the Woodhaven property are the painting and other interior work, which starts this week. Again, the licensing application will be submitted in February. Construction will be completed by the end of May. We'll need to furnish the house, set things up, and we're targeting July 1 to open and have people move in. The grant funded a third house. The third house will also be fully accessible. We've identified a location. It will be on the corner of Eastman and Custer. It will be right next to our respite house. We chose that location because we already own the property. We've talked to the city about rezoning it for the adult family home use, which they're in support of. We have to go through the proper channels to do that. We chose to put it next to our Eastman house also because it provides greater efficiencies with staffing, and we can cross-train people more easily and have emergency backup if we need it. We have a completed site plan, so we know where the house will sit. We're getting competitive bids right now for the construction of that home. I have three companies that are putting together competitive bids, and we're targeting to begin construction on that home in spring or early summer to be done by the end of the year. In opening the first home, we learned a lot. We learned how to apply for our license more efficiently. We have all the groundwork in place. We had to develop all the policies, all the processes. So we have all of those things in place right now. So opening the next 2 homes should be a lot easier, a lot quicker. One of the things we find in Oshkosh too is, although the labor market is still quite challenging, we can hire people in Oshkosh a little more easily than some of the other communities that we provide services in. And having more than one home allows us to train those people prior to opening the house, so that when we're opening the house, we're ready to go. We have the staff trained and they can jump right in. So we're not as far along as day-by-day shelter, but we didn't plan to be as far along at this point in time. We are right on schedule with what we told the county we would do with the grant and in the time frame with the grant. So that's what I have for you tonight. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the pictures of the gentlemen who live on the West 9th Avenue house, did you get photo release forms from their parents or
Yes.
guardians? Okay.
Yes, we do. That was the first thing I asked before I got the pictures.
That's all I wanted, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wondered how much, how is the guest or the person that's staying there contributing to the funding of their
Yes.
services and housing?
Most of the individuals who are living or will live in these homes are eligible for family care funding. So with family care funding, family care funds their services and their care out of their income or typically their Social Security. They fund their room and board cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a quick question, and that is, are there house parents in the home?
There are not house parents, there are paid staff in the home. And we staff the home 24/7. We can and probably will. One of our goals is if the individuals that live in these houses have the potential to live independently, we'd like to teach them the skills to do that. So we can ask the state on an individual basis, could Joe stay home by himself for an hour every day, just to get people used to being on their own? We have not done that yet, but we most likely will with some of the individuals that live in these houses.
Now, I'm thinking in the evening, if you've got house staff.
With 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Sure. They don't need a bedroom.
No, no.
Okay.
No, we have first shift staff, second shift staff, and third shift staff.
Okay.
And that each house employs full and part-time approximately 8 individuals. So it's hiring and training those individuals. They work a set schedule.
And you've got specific criteria that they've got to fill out to make sure that they are safe to.
Absolutely.
That they're not going to be abusing any of the house
Yes,
residents.
we have specific training that all the staff needs to go through. We have annual training that they have to go through, so they get their initial training, then they get their annual training. Each house has a supervisor who kind of keeps on top of what's going on. And at 9th Avenue, the gentlemen are certainly aware enough to be able to bring forth if they have concerns or issues.
Okay.
And we would take that very, very seriously.
Super. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered how much of an improvement in their mental health of the 3 gentlemen that are living on 9th Avenue?
One of the individuals did and does have some mental health issues. Many of our participants have intellectual disabilities, but also underlying mental health issues. The gentleman who we know has some mental health issues is the one who asked if he could go home now. So based on what his mother has told us, he really is blossoming in our programs. He was in our adult day service program. Now he lives at the house that we have. And she has seen a significant improvement in his self-esteem, in his confidence, and in his mental health status.
That's so good to hear. Thanks so much for that.
You're welcome.
Just a quick question for you. What kind of program do you have to let private landlords know that you have people that need residences?
This program just opened in September, and so none of the individuals who are living with us have gotten to that point yet.
Okay.
We have investigated the Rent Smart program as well. That is a great program from what we've heard. That would be a very helpful program to our participants. One of the biggest challenges our participants are going to face, or our residents, in moving into a more independent landlord type situation is their income. Their income is so minimal that finding appropriate housing, safe housing, is going to be quite a challenge. But we're not there yet. So that is something that we will work towards over the next couple years in looking at how we can transition people who could be more independent.
And I think if you had some kind of a program, maybe through the media, let people know that are private landlords that might be interested in this.
Yep.
Because you just stated how much supervision is going on. And some of the bigger homes that are rentals, that have 3 or 4 bedrooms, might suit like 3 more gentlemen like you have over on Ninth. And it could be all worked out.
Yeah, and that would be something, that would be a different approach to an adult family home. If we would rent from a private landlord and supervise 3 or 4 individuals and support them in that home, we would still have to get that licensed.
Okay.
So it is one approach that we've considered, but at this point, our primary focus is getting these 3 houses finished
Right.
up and running.
But I'm just, that would be another option.
Yep,
Because,
absolutely.
okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pam, thank you for this presentation today. I was at your groundbreaking over at Woodhaven Lane in Neenah, and it's great to see the house. Looks like it's enclosed now, and you guys are well on your way. One of the questions that I have kind of dovetails off of Supervisor Gabbard's question. So for some of the guests that you have who are potentially looking for work or who have expressed a desire to work, are you kind of looking at or participating in any other wraparound services to try to find them work if they want to and if they can?
At this point, we have not had somebody request that. We do have a close relationship with Lakeside Packaging Plus. They do a lot of vocational programming. They partner with us on the Inclusive Artistry program. So they would be our first resource to help find appropriate employment for any of the residents who live with us. And unlike the day-by-day shelter, we call our residents because it's their permanent home if they choose for it to be. So they're not guests, it's their home. They have a lot of input at what happens in that home. 9th Avenue, they wanted more activity. We helped them find, I think it's one of those air hockey games that somebody donated to us. We took them to Walmart with a budget to choose leisure activities that they would like to have in the home. They contribute to the menu. They can contribute to cooking the meals if they want. So it's their home, and we want them to feel as comfortable as possible.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your time, and
Thank you.
yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is that right now I have a grandson that's in a home in Neenah, and he requires medication. So do you have any residents that require medication? And, you know, like my grandson, for instance, is not capable of, you know, so they have somebody there, the staff,
Yep.
that will give them the medication. and
Every
so
one
forth.
of our residents requires assistance with medication. Our staff has to take a state-approved training course to assist those individuals with taking their medication appropriately. We have to track all the medication that we help them with. And if there's any kind of mistake, you know, maybe somebody missed a dose, we have to report that to the state. So the medication support that we provide is very structured and very well supervised.
Is it kept locked up? Or?
Yes.
Okay, very good, yeah.
Yes.
That's a very good thing. I'm glad you're doing that, and thank you for everything you do.
You're
I know
welcome.
my grandson is in good hands, but I just wondered about that because it's a very big thing.
Well,
'Cause we
and-
don't want any accidents to
No.
happen in a home like that.
And we reinforce with our staff every day, a medication error can kill someone. So it's not something to take lightly.
Thank you.
Yep.
Pam, thank you very much for coming in and sharing all this information. I am curious, what is the staffing needs at each one of these facilities?
So we staff 24/7.
Understood.
So we typically have one staff person on duty at any given time. Sometimes a little bit more than that, depending on if we have to go on outings or want to go on outings, or, if someone is having some extra behavior needs, we might have to ramp up a little bit. So each house has probably 3 full-time and 3 part-time staff. And then we share staff between buildings because sometimes you just need that extra cushion. So we have people cross-trained so they can work in different programs.
So are you looking for your staff through healthcare agencies or anything like that?
No.
Because, you're expanding now. You only
Yep.
have one facility, really.
Yep.
So where are you finding these people?
We have a full-time HR person who focuses a lot on recruiting. We do a lot of sharing our culture with people because we have a really strong culture at Covey. And people who have come to work with us have said, I found my home. So we have referrals from existing staff. We work hard to really train our staff to be effective and comfortable. And so we have a pretty low turnover rate at this point in time. I couldn't have said that a year ago, but we've made a lot of improvements. We opened a house in Green Bay, and that house we found was impossible to staff. We're not finding that to be a problem here. It takes us a while to find good people, but we find them.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
This time, if you want to go ahead, pull anything from the consent calendar, now's the time, before it is approved. Now's the time, push in, I see all kinds of, I figured this was gonna happen. But wait for the clerk to be ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to pull items number 2 and 3, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to pull item number 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. Yeah, item 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21.
Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to pull item number 22 for discussion. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Farry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everything I was going to pull has already been done, so we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've got everything that I needed pulled. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull item number 13.
Everything that was announced, I would like to have a motion for a consent agenda with everything that was announced is taken off. So moved. Motion made and seconded to approve the consent agenda minus everything that was mentioned previously, and we'll go back on them. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Nay. Carried. All right. Where do we want to start?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to point out that this was denied by our committee unanimously. The town, the landowner, the neighbors, and our county planning department all are against this report and the ordinance passing. So I guess I can make a motion and hope that it dies without a second to accept it. Item 2 and 3.
I had spoken with zoning administrator Kerry Rowe. He is actually here. Kerry, could you come up for a sec? My understanding, I was not at the meeting, but my understanding is that Supervisor Gabbard basically entered a motion to approve, and that was denied. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. And so then essentially, there's a typo in this report, correct? Because it says, is recommending denial by a vote of 0 to 4. So as, again, Chairman Hintz said, everybody has agreed to deny it. Is that correct?
Yes, and the reason that the motion was made the way it was is because, as far as I know, legally, you always make a motion to the positive, and then you deny the vote.
Okay, but here, it does not say motion to approve. I know. Okay. All right. So just so we are all on the same page here.
Well, it says it's recommending denial by a vote of 0-4.
Right. Right.
Which we,
so it was actually a denial of 4 to 0.
yes.
It was 0 to 4 on the motion to approve, but the denial was 4-0. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So then perhaps what you should do is say recommending denial by a vote of 4 to 0 as opposed to 0 to 4.
That would make sense, yes.
Okay. Is that right? No, he can make a motion to clarify this.
Okay, let me get this all straight then, because do we, as far as the report goes, do we need to accept the report, or can it die with no second, or?
No, well, the report has to be accepted.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so I make a motion to accept report 001 with the correction saying that we recommended denial by a vote of 4-0, not 0-4.
I didn't press the button. He's sitting next to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really confusing. Mr. Seeger, I think, told us today that he had to evict his tenant, and I'm just wondering why. I mean, that building has been used for the same purpose for over 50 years, and all of a sudden he's got to evict a guy. It just doesn't make any sense. I would like some explanation on why this isn't grandfathered in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When this came through our committee, the petitioner, Mr. Seegers, actually said he wasn't in favor of the zone change, understood what was going to happen to the person who was there, and as far as the grandfathering goes, I believe it was because the tenant changed in the building, and once the tenant changed, the grandfathering went away. If I'm explaining that right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is the light industrial use that this property will be used for that the neighbors object to and the
Tenant's been evicted. It won't be, as we heard from Mr. Seeger earlier tonight, the tenant is no longer there. But what it was being used for I believe it was an electrical business, and they were using it as a warehouse. That I don't recall.
This was
We don't want to make a change, that's the point.
This was a violation of the county zoning ordinance, and we took legal action against them because it's not allowed use, nothing was grandfathered. And so they wanted to try to rezone the property to allow the use that was occurring there. And the town recommended denial of that change, as did the Planning and Zoning Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still a little confused. I would like clarification, especially if this ends up in any kind of litigation.
I can say that actually there has been litigation, and I'm a little surprised because I received a letter that was dated January 11th indicating that Patron Properties was basically willing to get this matter resolved. But again, that's separate and apart from the zoning. This is based on the violation. So again, I would defer to Zoning Administrator Rowe and Chairman Hins, who was there during the discussion regarding this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I also still have a little confusion as well. I'm not sure if the chair would allow this, but if we could get a little bit of history from the property owner, Mr. Seegers, a little bit more, just so I can have a little bit more of an educational vote. With permission from the chair, could we have Seegers speak for a minute to talk about what has been going on?
I said no to other ones, but I'm going to have to say no to you also.
Okay, that's fair. I think I just want to make sure that I'm voting this on this correctly, and I have a little bit more education on this. So I'm not really prepared to make a vote on this at this time. I think that we probably should. This sounds like it's a little bit messy right now. I'd like to make an official motion to put this back to Planning and Zoning Committee.
Second.
This does not need to come back to the committee. This is very clear. As I said, the landowner, Mr. Seegers, came to our meeting and said he was against this zone change. He did not want this zone change on his property. It was recommended by township, it was recommended by county staff, and we unanimously said no to the zone change. There's no confusion in this at all. It doesn't need to come back to us. All you're going to do is waste time of the property owner and have him come to more meetings and extend this out and extend time out and put things on our agenda where we can have time to deal with other things. It does not need to come back to our committee because unanimously we said we agree with the town, we agree with the landowner, we agree with county staff. This should be denied.
Supervisor Zastira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on the Planning and Zoning Committee, and I vetted it. You know, I went through things very carefully, and I felt good about my vote in denying this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm good with your suggestion, but could you look at finding out why this isn't grandfathered and maybe allow it? Could you bring that to the?
He's asking you a question.
It was turned into our office as a violation. It's a property that's zoned residential. The use is not allowed there outright. So it was called in and we had to respond to it, and we took enforcement action to correct it. And that was to either get it zoned to allow that or not. And the committee, along with the town, said, no, we do not want a new zoning district to allow that at that location.
Right. Is there any possible way to keep the building there and functioning as it has been for
It's-
50 years?
It's a residence that's staying there. They're running an electrical business out of it, a contractor yard.
It's a,
The building, no buildings are being removed. It's the use that is not allowed there.
that's what I'm asking. Can we do something so the use can stay?
No,
The
we
way
can't.
it's been used?
If there was something we could have done, our office would have recommended that.
Vice Chairman Tari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Hintz, so I'm clear, you said the landowner testified that he did not want it rezoned. Is that correct? Who filed the petition to rezone? Who brought that forward to rezone it? Because I believe that's
The
a
landowner has to sign the application. I'm not sure who the applicant was. I don't have the information.
Well, only the landowner can bring it forward, correct?
Yes, they have to sign the
And
application.
if the landowner is saying, okay, I'm gonna pay the $750 to run this through the system, and then he gets up and testifies, I don't want it rezoned, that is contradicting each other here, so. That's totally backwards, yeah.
Supervisor Gabbard.
So I sit on planning and zoning, and I was at the public hearing. And the property owner did sign the permit to apply for zoning change. And he stood at the public hearing on record and said, I do not want to change the zoning. I was forced to do this. That's on the record. The town of Neenah didn't want us to change it, and the reason that Supervisor Nussbaum says, why couldn't it be grandfathered? As far as I knew, at that public hearing, that had been there for a long time, a business of that nature had been there for a long time. And town of Neenah was under county zoning not in the beginning, but they changed and they became part of the county zoning that didn't allow that usage anymore. And the other thing I wanted to clarify, I had to make a motion to approve it, to get it to the floor to discuss it at deliberative. And then we discussed it, and then we made the motion to deny it, based on the owner saying no, the town saying we didn't want it changed, the residents who testified at the public hearing didn't want it changed, because it's R1, and the Planning and Zoning Office recommended do not approve it. So we had four entities that said not, but I'm puzzled that the owner would be here tonight and say, what do you want me to do with the property now? Because he was recorded at the public hearing saying, I don't want to change the zoning.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard, for the clarification, since you were actually at the meeting. Thank you.
I'm on planning and zoning, and I wasn't at that meeting. But the only reason this is such a big discussion tonight is it should have said 4-0 denied.
Right.
And it got, whoever wrote it up, it said 0-4. And I called Julie and I was talking about it, and I called Julie and I said, is this the right way? That's the only reason we're talking about this whole thing tonight, is because it was printed wrong. There's nothing about the owner or anything else. It was printed wrong. Supervisor Grant.
I'd like to rescind my second.
Supervisor Stafford.
For the record, could we introduce the gentleman who's speaking?
Oh, yeah, sure. This is Carrie Rowe, who is the zoning administrator for Winnebago County.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate all of these clarifications. That certainly does help me out in regards to this. So with that, I will rescind my motion.
No motion to send it back to committee as of now, just so you all know. We do have a motion to accept the report on the floor. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Not hearing any, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. It is carried.
One more. The amendatory ordinance.
Mandatory ordinance number 01-001-24. Supervisor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion to accept a mandatory ordinance 01-001-24, rezoning from A2 to I1 for tax parcel 010-029807. I would go to corporate counsel on that. Do we actually make a motion in the negative?
Motion. I'm trying to find it.
I don't
Let's
think
see.
we make motions in the negative.
Yeah, I'm
We
looking.
make motions in the positive and then you deny them. Am I right, Jacob?
Now therefore be it resolved that this committee hereby reports our findings for your consideration, and it is hereby recommending, you had denial by a vote of 4-0. Right, that's what that's what you need to state. But I thought you already stated it.
That's already finished. We
Done.
have the report in already. Right, but I do believe legally you can only make a motion in the positive and it's up to the body to deny it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
That's how it's been almost 20 years. That's how it's been.
Well-
Make a motion in the positive and then it's up to the body to deny it.
No, that is
You're not talking,
confusing.
Mike. Just hush down. Well, I would say if I,
Corporate counsel is what has to do to have this correct so we can move on.
yes.
Yes. So it has to be, and I'm looking at this. No, it's an amendatory ordinance. Okay? That's okay. So a mandatory ordinance, the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors do ordain zoning amendment as follows. And you move to accept this, not deny it, accept it.
That's what I
That's what you need to do.
did.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, there's not much wording on this. The wording here says, "The Winnebago County Board of Supervisors do ordain zoning amendment 2023 ZC 6510 as follows, being part of the northeast one quarter of the northeast one quarter of Section 30 Township 20 North, Range 17 East, Town of Neenah, Winnebago County, from A2 General Agriculture to I1 Light Industrial." That's correct, those numbers? Okay. So that's what you need to say.
Is there a second? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Yes. Not hearing any, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Okay.
Opposed?
Nay. Bless you.
Fine.
We're voting against it. Yes.
Okay. On on to the go, so you can go. Thank you.
012-024, honoring former Winnebago County Supervisor Patrick O'Brien, personal and finance.
Yes, that's what he wanted.
Supervisor Cox.
I'd like to make a motion. Resolution 306-01, 2024, honoring former Winnebago County Supervisor Patrick O'Brien in memoriam.
Seconded by Supervisor Cerrone. Supervisor Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution has incorrect information on line 7. Whereas Pat O'Brien was a Winnebago County Board Supervisor, delete 1988, insert 1982. And I will present to the chairman a copy of the minutes of the county board dated June 15th, 1982, in which a nay vote was taken by O'Brien. I will also submit an organizational meeting April 17th, 1984, in which the oath of office of newly elected supervisors included Patrick R. O'Brien. There was no organizational meeting information for 1982, but the fact that he voted on June 15th, or at least an O'Brien voted on June 15th, 1982, would infer that he was elected in April of 1982. And it would be all appropriate to amend this resolution, and I need a second because I've got the documents here.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Supervisor Wise.
Whereas Pat O'Brien was a Winnebago County Board Supervisor from 1982 to 2002.
Have you all heard the amendment? Any discussion on the amendment?
And he was a darn good supervisor, too. Just to give you an aside, I attended the budget hearing in 2005, November or October 2005. I recommended to the board that in an effort to avoid a sales tax, that we take $1 million out of the property and liability fund. And Pat O'Brien put that amendment in the budget and it passed.
So there's a motion made and seconded to amend it,
I worked with him since
or amend it from whatever dates, from 1982 to 2002. So we're just getting the date straight on it. All those in favor of that amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. As opposed, say nay. Carried. Now we'll go back to the resolution number 306-01-2024 with correct dates on it. That was motion by Cox and seconded by Cerrone. Any other discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Okay, number 15 is next. Ordinance number 308-012-024, amend Winnebago County General Code, Chapter 19.27, recreational trail regulations to include language with grant permission to the Parks Director or County Executive to allow ATV on portions of the Wayash Trail with advanced permission and noticed. That's Parks, so that would be Supervisor Powers.
I would move this ordinance.
Pardon?
I move the acceptance of this ordinance.
And it's seconded by Supervisor Dowling. Okay. Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I was a little hesitant about this at first, as someone who doesn't own an ATV and likes to walk on our trails, especially with my children. I don't like the idea of ATVs flying past me and my family. However, this is a very limited portion of the trail, and the reason it was being done and considered by the park board is for lake access before the lake is frozen. Typically, the fishermen would have to park along that side street there, and sometimes would walk through private properties of homeowners to access the lake, which was the issue. So this is just something that we're trying to see how it goes. We also have, for the Parks Department, there also is a new trail grading system. So at the end of the season, the trail will be regraded, which I'm very excited about. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason that I asked for this one to be pulled is because I did have some people reach out to me in objection to this. I did have a great discussion with our director, Adam, about this, and the concerns that were brought to me is if once you open the door, you might not be able to close it. And the thing that Supervisor Dowling brought up about ATVs going past, that was mentioned, so a safety concern, as well as people not obeying the signs and taking their ATVs where they're not supposed to go. So I am on the fence on this. We continue to remain on the fence, and I'm willing to hear more discussion.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm aware of this situation, and the town of Oshkosh has been requesting this change for quite some time. So I certainly support it. However, I need to offer an amendment. Specific line 11, I move to amend or county executive, and that amendment would also apply to the heading in the ordinance. The responsibility of this position lies with the director of the department and the committee. The county executive should have no authority at all. His authority is administrative, and if he's got an issue with what the committee has done, he has the option to veto it after it comes to the board. So I move for that amendment.
Motion is made and seconded. I gotta wait for you to come back because I got people to call on. Well, it shows Supervisor Roney. Supervisor Eisen, I think you were first.
Yeah, I'm addressing the ordinance, not on the amendment. Can I speak now?
No. Oh. Supervisor Roney.
It's Gizzorni, Chairman.
Okay.
I guess I'm looking for clarification. We're striking or county executive? Yes. And we're not adding committee or anything like that? It's just for the Parks Director? So it's just the Parks Director, just so I understand? With the approval. Okay. Thank you.
Not seeing, was there any other lights on? Because we got some shut off there for a minute. Supervisor Bender?
The reason we had the county exec in there was sometimes it takes us over a year to hire a director, and if something did come up where we needed to change it, we wanted somebody else that could do it. I'm fine with it. I mean, hopefully Adam's gonna be with us for the next 20 years and we won't have to deal with it. But that was the thought behind it when we did it. A lot of times, it takes a long time to get replacement for a director of a department. Like we watch and see solid waste. I bet you we don't see a replacement there for 6 to 9 months. And if something like this comes up, it's a limited time. They want to use it for a couple weeks, in the fall to get on the ice. As soon as they get on the ice, they're going to drive off Edgewood. So they only want it for 2 or 3 weeks. And the town of Oshkosh did build a parking lot, but they're having a little problem with the DNR. So, that's the reason why the county exec was there, because this was a timely thing and it could happen again in the future. So we just wanted another option so that if something came up and we didn't have a director, that we had the opportunity to still maybe move it forward. But I'm fine with just Adam. I'm sure he's going to be with us for a long time and it should work out.
Not seeing any other lights. What we'll be voting on is deleting the words county executive then. That's what it'll be. I believe you said on 11? In the heading, correct. So that's what's being voted on now. So all those in favor of that signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Abstain.
Carried. So now we're back to the ordinance number 308-0120, 2024, deleting words county executive on lines 11 and also the heading. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to respond to Supervisor Hanson's concern. When we discussed putting this very small portion of the Wyowash Trail available to ATVs, there was going to be some sort of barriers that would keep the rest of the trail unavailable to ATVs. So you have to be in one, past the barrier and that small section towards the water. You can't drive all the way on the Wyowash. There's going to be a barrier. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a constituent who is vitally opposed to this, and I'm going to read their opposition. Paul, I'm writing to you because of my concern regarding allowing ATVs on the Wyowash Trail. Having attempted to use a trail for biking or walking that allowed ATVs, I can tell you that mixing motorized and non-motorized uses on trails makes the use of such trail for any non-motorized use so dangerous that it is of no longer feasible. I'm completely given up on using trails that allow ATVs because of the dangerous situation that it creates. The Wyowash Trail is an outstanding asset to our communities that right now allows people to explore and enjoy nature throughout the entire year. Opening the door to ATVs, even during the winter, will deprive others of the use of the trail. There are plenty of places to run ATVs in our communities without opening this area as well. Let's preserve some spaces for people to enjoy nature without being run down by motor vehicles. Thank you. Don Merkis, Mayor of Menasha. This is my comment. Mayor of Menasha for the last 16 years.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee vetted this. I go back to the dogs in the dog park discussion that we had at this county board, and that was, for some people, that was going to ruin the county park. The county park was going to go under. The dogs were going to be going crazy in the county park, biting people. That hasn't happened. I look at this as access to the outdoors, and if people aren't obeying the law, then they're going to get prosecuted by the law. So I'd be fully supportive of this to allow people to utilize our lakes and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you. I appreciated Supervisor Buck's comments. I do need to clarify I understood, and I could be wrong, in my discussion with Adam, that there are not barriers, and that was one of the reasons that people reached out, is they could just blow through where they're not supposed to go.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been brought to my attention that there are two other line items on my amendment that need to address the wording county executive. Can I introduce that this time?
Let's let Adam speak while he's up here then.
Then
I
Rick-
know you're going to bring that up.
Okay.
I'll fall back on you.
Thank you.
So in regards to the gates, there will not be a gate installed because right now, as you can imagine, with snow outside, there's actually snowmobile use on that portion of the Wyawash Trail. So that would restrict a trailhead that's currently used for snowmobile parking. And then that trail is actually funded by, or partially funded through grant funds with Wisconsin DNR. So if we close down that portion of the trail to snowmobiles, we also lose those grant funds.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got to thank my caller for bringing this to my attention. In addition to the term county executive on the first page of the ordinance, there's also language in Exhibit A, which is a revision to ordinance number 1927. In that included is para 1, para B, it uses the word county exec, so I'd like to include that in my motion. And also in 1927, para 4, para B, the word county executive is also included in that. So, in other words, they did the resolution, you got your front page, but they had already added those words into the ordinance revision, which I now at this time request that that be part of my motion.
Motion is
For clarification.
made and seconded. Okay, with that amendment, we'll go to the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Supervisor Bender?
Nope.
Okay. Not seeing any other lights. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Passes. Supervisor Bender.
When the town of Oshkosh came and talked to us about it, we told them this is on a trial basis. That's why Adam can take it at any time. If they show up and they litter or they go past where they're supposed to go, they're supposed to park by Westwind and go no further than where the Slough Bridge is going to be a place for them to get on the water. If they go further than that, it'll just be taken away. So it's a trial basis. If it doesn't work out, it'll be gone just as fast as we basically let them have permission to use it. You know, the town of Oshkosh worked with us with PGI, so why wouldn't we work back with the town? You know, that's what you do. You work back and forth. They asked us if we could do this, and even when they get their parking lot, they still have to go a little bit on our trail. They basically bought some land from the state. They're putting a culvert in there. They probably can park maybe 15 trailers and cars in there so they can get on the water. They used to park on Edgewood. They put no parking on one side of Edgewood. So now that basically there's no place for the people to get on the lake before they can drive their cars. So as soon as they can drive their car on the lake, they're going to drive off of Edgewood. We're looking at maybe 2 or 3 weeks in the fall, 2 or 3 weeks in the spring. And if they don't basically abide by the rules, we'll take the signs down and it'll be the same as it is right now. And as far as people on the trails, it's a snowmobile trail in the winter. So if you're walking on the trail, snowmobiles are going to be coming by you at 40 miles an hour. You know, it's not really, it's a recreational trail. And in the summer, it's bikes, walkers. Now you've got basically people that basically are snow skiing. You got snowmobiles with the snow we have. I don't really see where it would be a problem. And if it is a problem, that's why Adam can take it away. But we're working with the town, just like they worked with us. They said they would try it for a year. And if it worked out, maybe they'll come back in 2026 when PGI comes back. But if we don't work with them, why would they ever want to work with us?
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Bender brings up a great point. Just very quickly, I am going to vote in favor of this with the understanding that Director Brees can take this away. But please clarify in the resolution where it says that. Where did you circle line 16? Would that apply starting in line 16? Is that interpretive language?
Yeah.
It doesn't say determining the decision.
Very good point. I've taken my kid.
If you actually don't look at the ordinance, but if you look at Exhibit A, which if this body approves it, you will see under 1927, 1B, well, actually, A, it says recreational trail may be opened or closed during the season for any good reason by the Parks Director or committee. But then it goes on to say no snowmobiles shall be operated, this is under B, on the recreational trail other than during the snowmobile season. No other vehicles may be operated on the recreation trail during the snowmobile trail season except police vehicles, emergency and rescue vehicles, or county maintenance vehicles unless permission is granted by the Parks Director. That's under 1927 1B.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. With that language in A and B, I will vote in favor. Thank you.
I see no other lights on, so we'll be voting that with the understanding in all places the county executive's name or title will be taken out of there. So without any other lights on, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Carried. Next is 17, resolution number 310-01-2024, authorize acceptance of $80,083 grant from the Wisconsin Department of Health Services for Public Health and Harm Reduction vending machines and items to be distributed. Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to accept resolution number 310-012024. Authorize acceptance of $80,083 grant from Wisconsin Department of Health.
And that is seconded by Supervisor Haran. Supervisor Depperding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting in favor of this. I spoke with a couple people from Rock County this week, and last week as well. I reached out to Veronique Sandoval, who is the treatment coordinator of Rock County. They've got a couple of harm reduction vending machines as well. They've had it for a couple of years now, and that was actually one of them was at the behest of their county sheriff's, the county sheriff. They have a second one at the Beloit Public Library, and that's operated by the health department. The second one that they have is at actually in the lobby of their sheriff's department. But one thing I noticed that's a little bit different, that we're doing a little bit differently here, and I think this is kind of a credit to our county, is that for the most part, their harm reduction vending machines is mostly just Narcan. The ones that they have at the Beloit the Beloit Public Library have fentanyl test strips. We already have that available at our county, but the one thing that we have that I know that Rock County probably is lacking is that we have really good connections with treatment facilities and sobriety outfits. We have the STAR program available now here in Winnebago County, where we are ushering people to receive treatment. And in this particular case, I think that's the most important thing, is that this isn't something where we're not enabling anything at all. We're just making sure that people can live and fight another day, and we are bringing them to the correct resources that Winnebago County has. A lot of really nice resources that we have here. So this is going to be a very big yes for me. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I want to, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing her name, Ashley Romlow with the Health Department was absolutely phenomenal in answering my questions, giving me all the information that I needed. I also want to recognize Dr. Smiltnik, who also responded back to me with concerns. Here's my biggest reservation. I listened to both objections and in favor, and I have been frantically writing possible amendments to this resolution, but I will reserve it this time. What I really want that I don't see in accepting this is I think it's imperative to have eyeballs on the person that wants them. I am going to reiterate, don't know how to write it, don't know if it can be done. I will write a resolution for all the testing strips, the Narcan, and the other kits that this county wants, and blast them out to pharmacies, urgent care, hospital ERs, our own public health office. So all they have to do is get with the health department. They're given a code from there, but then they go in and see someone in person so that they can offer the cards and say, do you need help? Do you want help? They could call 911 possibly. It's the eyeballs that I think is more imperative.
Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really struggling with this personally. Isn't this really a larger issue that goes to our open border policy, drugs flowing into this country unabated? Don't we need to educate our citizens on this so that they can get to a state of sobriety and solve this issue in the mind of each person in this country, rather than try to apply a Band-Aid solution to this? I am all in favor of the recovery options that we have in this community. But to me, this is really just a feel-good solution that plays well with the public and looks good for the politicians. You know, I've had a number of physicians that have come to me, and I mean, in memorandums, and also other medical professionals that have been in favor of this. But I ask myself now, if these machines are legal, why don't we see them on every street corner? Why don't we see them in front of our local hospitals? Why don't we see them in front of every doctor's clinic? I'll tell you why, because they don't want these machines in front of their place where they do business. They don't want, you know, to have the traffic to these machines where they're dealing with clients that don't use drugs. And I'm sorry, you know, I recognize a great problem here. But I think, you know, the solution to this has to come from within each and every one of us. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I address my question to the Chairman of Board of Health. Once again, in the language within this resolution, it says on line 33, by approval of the county executive. So now in this certain resolution and this issue, that might be acceptable, but I need an explanation as to why the Board of Health is relinquishing their authority and giving it to the county executive. Can somebody answer that?
Yes.
I guess that would be me. All right, yep. Well, I know we discussed it back and forth what to do, and this was kind of a topic that we weren't sure back and forth. But it was more for things in the future, once this, if this drug issue was under control, that what other things could be done. And then he would work real hard with their director, health director, together. And that thought between the two of them, they would make a wise decision by keeping it that way. I think that's why. At the time, it was that we thought he shouldn't be involved in it. He shouldn't be responsible for doing that. It should be the health department. But I think we kind of went back and forth and said, we should have two people on it rather than just one.
Okay, well, I won't move to amend it, but I'm really concerned about, you need to be careful. Your responsibility is a legislative responsibility. His is administrative. Just my word of caution.
I'm going to call on Mr. Belleville at this time. He's a doctor and he's also on the Board of Health, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chairman Fari, in regards to that, we did have a discussion on that topic, and really it came down to, we really want this to pass, and we really didn't want to fight over this part of it, and we thought if we just kept it and it passed, it would be for the greater good of Winnebago County. And that was the ultimate reason why we kept it in there. Thank you.
I will be supporting.
Supervisor Ellenberger.
Thank you, Chairman.
I just have a couple questions. I'm one of the no votes for the Personnel and Finance Committee. I voted no for this. I do appreciate the changes because one of the things that I was more worried about was how could this lead into what else who would want to put whatever in there, and that bothered me. Still, changes could get made in the future with a different board, a different whomever. So that's not in concrete. This is just one resolution. Also, I've asked multiple times for data. Yes, I understand that other counties are putting these in, maybe municipalities, but I want to see what the data is, and is it, what are the percentages of people that are taking it, that are actually going to the vending machine, taking the information, and is actually in recovery? I mean, are there any numbers? How can we get it? I know it's very anonymous, so it's all anonymous, so it's harder to get to, but I'm just curious with numbers. I mean, there still has to be data out there from someone who's using these. Also, I'm going to go back to where it's located. That is part of the grant, and it is in a specific area. It is across from the YMCA in Neenah. And this is very concerning for me because I think of kids that are out and about in front of the YMCA, and this is something that somebody will come to do a test strip on. A test strip means that there's going to be fentanyl. Yes, there is a container in there that dissolves your fentanyl if it is there, right? I get all that. It's a package. I've looked at the package. It's a little convoluted. I'm just nervous about this stuff. I will not be supporting this today. So, but that's my 2 cents.
Supervisor Burrow.
Yes, a strong case was made tonight, thank you, Mr. Chairman, by the medical examiner and also by this handout regarding fentanyl and drugs. One amendment I will propose, however, deals with lines 31 through 34. I don't think we should be getting into business of providing water, food, snacks for munchies, et cetera. You know, let's limit it to what we're trying to address, which is public health and overdose. So I would suggest amendment to minimally strike 31 through 34.
Motion made and seconded to strike lines 31 through 34. Okay, got a lot of you on here, but I've got to call on the amendment. Supervisor Haran.
Yes, I would like to have the health.
On the amendment now. We're just talking about the amendment.
Thank you. No, not on the amendment.
My lights all went out. Right, she has to do it. So if you want to just light your lights back up that were on and want to be on the amendment, if you would, please. Supervisor Schellinger on the amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am curious if somebody from the Health Department or somebody from the Board of Health would be willing to share sort of how 31 through 34 came into this grant, and if there and what the intersection between things like CPR, masks, hats, gloves, water, and food would be with harm reduction.
Someone want to come forward, or? The question just says on 31 through 34 what this is good for.
Good evening, I'm Doug Guerin, Public Health Director. The discussion on the additional items for the vending machines, it's not uncommon to see additional items, hygiene kits or other items in these vending machines that are being used in other communities and across the country. In our particular situation, the concern about what was going to get approved to be put in those machines, this was added specifically to address those concerns. The parts about hats and gloves, I came from Human Services, so that some of these are based on requests for what else could be in the machines that would help people in need in our community.
Sorry, I'm sorry. You said that the request for hats and gloves came from Human Services?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Okay. With that, I think this is pretty innocuous. I think it seems like there's been some collaboration between the departments and some thought as to, how to best utilize the resources the grant provides. So I'm going to vote against this amendment.
Supervisor Hanson on the amendment.
Thank you. On the amendment, the reasons that I second it, and I think that this would be a good idea, is because if this does go through, the purpose of the machines is for the harm reduction. And lines 31 and 34 are kind of outside that scope.
I see no other lights on at this time, so, oops, all of a sudden lights are coming on. We're
I
on the
always
amendment
have-
yet. We're on the amendment, so.
Yeah, I'm speaking on the amendment.
Okay.
And my thought is that we come up with another resolution at the next meeting that would then address this issue. Thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer Supervisor, I think it was Hanson who said it, harm reduction could be water. If you got some kind of chemical in your face, in your eyes, you would want access to some clean filtered water immediately. That would be, I see water as obvious health aid, as well as the CPR mask. Then I don't understand why we're concerned about hat and gloves, because somebody's asking for it in the human services. That's all.
Supervisor Dowling on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we just heard a wonderful presentation this evening from the day-by-day warming shelter, I see this as a possible touch point we'd be taking away from them. In regards to that, I'll be voting in favor of this amendment.
Okay, not seeing any other lights. At this time, the amendment is to delete lines 31 through 34. Is that correct? 31 through 34. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Leave the nays have it, but we better vote by machine. We'll vote by machine just to make sure. If you're in favor of 31 through 34 being deleted, vote A. If you don't want it deleted, vote nay. Ed, the question is if you want lines item 31 through 34 deleted or not. We're doing it on your computer. If you do want them deleted, vote A. If you don't want them deleted, vote nay.
Thank you.
We're having some technical issues with
Julie's here now. And that failed. Well, right, so that failed. Okay. Right. Now we're back on the main motion. Supervisor Estera.
I'd like to offer another amendment. That line 31 would say, be it further resolved that other public health materials which aid in harm reduction, and then line 2, such as CPR masks, and strike hats, gloves, water, food, not the overall health. No, it was voted to remove lines 31 through 30. My understanding was that his amendment was to remove lines 31 through 34.
Correct.
My amendment would be that to keep lines 31 and 34 and make those changes.
And remove 32.
Remove 32? No. Which aid in harm reduction of our community, in our community, such as CPR masks, and strike hats, gloves, water, food. It's only harm reduction that I'm, instead of overall health, striking overall health on lines 31.
And that dies for lack of a second. Yes. Oh, okay, we'll back up. We do have a second now. Supervisor Flom seconded it. Yep. We'll need you to repeat that again because they can only write so fast up here. So just hold on until they're ready. 31.
Let me just clarify. Supervisor Zestera, you want to say under 31, be it further resolved that other public health materials which aid in harm reduction of our community, such as CPR masks, be included in the vending machine with the approval of the county executive, provided the materials are not commonly known to be used to procure or use illicit drugs of any kind? Okay.
On the amendment, Supervisor Powers?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. If it's harm reduction and it's 20 below, I don't see why hats and gloves would fall into this. And I've already mentioned what I thought about water. I don't see a reason to do this. Thank you.
On the amendment, Supervisor Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, going through this, we probably 2 different times at our health board, we discussed this and went over all these little details. We had the health department and we had the human services give us input on this. We had the coroner gave us some information to change things. We have gone over this through the health board for quite a bit and coming up with the idea that we have here, this proposal. I mean, to pick at this and that because of this and that, I think we're doing it wrong for what we're trying to accomplish here. I think I'm going to vote against this amendment because I think it should be standing the way it is. Thank you.
Supervisor Hens?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've stated this before, and I will continue to state it as long as we continue to do it. We're micromanaging our committees again. The committees sit here and go over these things, and they pick at them, and they pick at them, and they deal with the people who know what they're doing. And as far as water and food, when my mother was still alive, and she got low blood sugar, she was almost immobile. I would do anything to have a machine that I go grab a bottle of water and a snack cracker out of and get it to her so she could get back to being normal. And if it's cold out and they didn't have their hat or gloves, again, as Supervisor Powers said, why wouldn't you want that in there? It's not like we're putting Cheetos and Monster in there. We're putting, I'm pretty sure they're going to put things that are, if they put food in there, it's going to be something that's like a protein bar or something, something that's going to be relatively healthy. And same thing with water. It's water. So I will not support this amendment.
Supervisor Haran?
Call the question.
Question has been called. So all of those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Right, that's why I said call the question. That's what I just did. I said all those in favor of the calling the question. She just, Just to get the question up. All those in favor of the question being called signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. There, passed. Right. I'm just kind of waiting for you, that's all. I want to make sure that we don't. All right. We're back on the amendment, the original amendment. Supervisor Bender. Oh, yeah, the question's been called. You can't ask him. Supervisor Bender, the question was called. Question has been called, so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. The nay has it. Now what? That's what I thought we were. So now we're back on the original resolution. The resolution number 310012024, authorize acceptance of $80,083 grant from the Wisconsin Department of Health Services for public health and harm reduction vending machines and items to be distributed. And I got all kinds of questions here. Take questions. Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, I think this is one of the heavier topics that this board has had to take up for a while. I think this is a problem that I don't think anybody ran for this county board because this is the problem they wanted to tackle. It's one of the things that we have to. I look at this and I don't think this is the solution that I would dream up, but I'm also not an expert. I know that experts have continued to go to conferences and think and innovate and experiment, and this continues to be one of the interventions that's recommended. It's also one that's before us in a pretty affordable way for our county, $0 cost to our bottom line. And I look at this as a way this is a way for this board to help keep people alive. We heard about and have supported important recovery programs in our community. We have continued to support those programs that work collaboratively across organizations to create multiple touch points with folks in our community and the services that they need. This program looks to capitalize on all of those things that this board has set out as important aspects of collaboration and public health in our community. You may not like the idea of Narcan being freely available. It may not set right with you that fentanyl is in our communities, but people are at risk. And if these programs like Solutions and others that we have supported are to be as successful as possible, we have an obligation today to vote yes on this and help keep people alive until they're ready for the treatment that works for them. I encourage everybody to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Supervisor Bender.
I supported it at the Personnel and Finance, and I asked the Director of Health if we could basically see how we were doing in 6 months, and if they weren't working out, if we could take them down, and he said we could. I asked him if we could try to get cameras on them to basically monitor them. He said he would try. I don't know what we have to lose. It's a grant money. Grand Chute is putting them in. Outagamie County is putting them in. We pay that man over $100,000 a year for his advice. I know. I go to my accountant and he tells me something. I listen to him. That's their job. They're telling us this is going to help people save their lives. And we're always second guessing our department heads. The medical examiner likes the way it's written now. She's willing to accept it. Dr. Topol's willing to accept it. That's 3 people, directors that we pay a lot of money to, then we're saying we know more than they do. I don't think I know more than he does. If he says this is going to help our county, I'm willing to try it for 6 months. If it doesn't work, we can pull them out. But what do we have to lose? Outagamie going to have them, Grand Chute's going to have them. It's a grant. It's not like, yes, I hate to waste taxpayers' money, and I think they will do good. If we save 1 life out of them 48, if only 47 died instead of 48, wouldn't it be nice? So I don't know why we keep talking. We'll talk on this another hour, and we'll try to rewrite it. They're professionals. We hired them. If we don't have faith in them, then maybe we ought to talk to our county exec and get rid of them. Because our directors, we should believe in them. You know, if I don't believe in my tax accountant, I'll look for a different one.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My hesitation isn't that I question the directors and their expertise. My concern is the eyeballs on the subjects that might need this. And I want to reiterate, I will be absolutely ecstatic to write a resolution, in fact, in conjunction with Supervisor Schellinger, possibly Supervisor Defferting, based on what I heard. Be happy to work with Director Giernan to take money from the opioid settlement fund. That's exactly why we got the opioid settlement fund, to blast this area in the pharmacies, urgent cares, hospital ERs, wherever else. Be happy to write that, but I'm not convinced that this is the best pathway forward.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Okay, I'm going to go to the experts, either Supervisor Harrison or Director Guerin. From when we were presented this at Judiciary and Public Safety last fall, and I was at that meeting, to today, the makeup of this grant, is it still for the Narcan and the fentanyl strips? And is it going to allow all these CPR masks, hats and gloves? This sounds like I'm going to Walmart to get a Narcan kit, and then I think I might buy a pair of hats and gloves, but it's going to be free. So my concern is, how many people are going to be at these vending machines for other things other than the Narcan? So that's my question to myself on how I vote on this, but I think I'm going to go to Director Gern, if you don't mind, Supervisor Harrison. The makeup of this grant, did it specify what goes in those vending machines?
The grant pays for the vending machines, the installation, and pays for a significant amount of Narcan and fentanyl test strips that go into it. The option for other materials are really more at our discretion than anything. It presents an opportunity, if there's room in the machines for additional items, for us, you know, either in public health or in working with community partners to put additional items in. We don't even know what some of the items in the future that we might get requests for that are needed in our community could potentially go in the machine. So it's really, it's almost a blank slate. We know there's certain materials that could be useful for people that are also picking up Narcan and or fentanyl test strips. And we really want to just make sure that we have, you know, the space used in a way that is most effective for the community. The primary draw for these machines and the primary intent for these machines is Narcan and fentanyl test strips. If that's all we ever have in them, that's great. It's going to be, you know, something that's going to serve our community, help keep people alive until they can get treatment. And the people that visit these machines aren't necessarily substance users. They may be family, friends, relatives of substance users that just want to have Narcan on hand in case it's needed. And so when we start looking at, well, they have to call us first and we need to restrict access, it might be the, you know, the sister of someone that just wants to have some Narcan in the house in case something happens. And, you know, what are we gonna, you know, we're gonna give her access to the machine, but, you know, does she really need to call us to get Narcan for somebody else? Like I said, we'll do what we have to move this forward, but we're adding a lot of restrictions to, you know, what was meant just to be a community resource, you know, funded, you know, with a proven strategy, funded with funds, you know, from the feds and the state.
How many can you get for that 80,000?
This will fund too. We asked for more.
Okay.
But there were so many requests statewide that they asked us to reduce what we had asked for.
And
there's opportunity to add them in the future.
Okay.
This would be the start for us.
2 locations?
Yep.
And one is at the David Albrecht building?
Yes, in the vestibule on Otter Avenue, and then the second one is on the, I guess that would be the west side of the Human Services Building in Neenah. So between the Neenah Human Services Building and the bank, really right around the corner from the employee entrance, if you're familiar with that is.
Okay.
And, you know, with concerns with the YMCA, I mean, I'm not sure that that may not even be visible from the YMCA. I mean, it is in the vicinity within, you know, a block and a half. We have no reason to believe from the other communities that have installed this that these are an attractive nuisance, that that causes people to, you know, come and just hang out around them. We don't have any evidence of that. You know, you may have received some information already. We've distributed a 6-month report that was done in the city of Greenfield that showed their experience, documented their experience with the vending machines for the first 6 months, how much material was taken over what period of time. I mean, there's information out there that has helped guide us in how we want to put this together.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Frankly, I can't believe we've taken this long to argue about this resolution. The facts are pretty clear here that we are in an opioid pandemic, whether or not we like that, whether or not we're upset that like children might see people going to get Narcan test strips. I think that's a good opportunity to explain to children that there's a public health crisis going on and that if they are sick, there are options for them, instead of villainizing and attempting to link rhetorically or trying to like make these sick people into criminals rhetorically and trying to explain that they're a public nuisance. The only real argument against this grant is that there might be better ways to aid in harm reduction. Well, there certainly are, and thankfully accepting this grant does not limit our ability to take any of those other actions. There is nothing that happens here except the potential that a couple of lives are saved. And I think that, you know, having bodies in the street is going to be a lot more damaging to children's psyches. We're going to care a lot more about seeing those than these like border crossers that we're supposed to be afraid of too. Neither of those that problem's not going to get solved here. How people perceive drug users is not going to be solved here. The best thing we can do is keep people alive, and that is why I'll be voting for this, and that is why I call the question.
Question has been called,
I'll second it.
and we have a second on it. So all those in favor, it's a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the question being called signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. I would say the question is being called. But if you want to do it by machine vote, we can do that too. Is that what you want to do by machine vote? Okay. Let's give Julie a second here. If you're in favor of it being called, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. (22 to 12). It's not 2/3, so it failed. Yep, has to be 2/3. Yep. So we'll continue on. I believe Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This makes me really nervous as a mom. And I hate to think that some of us have dealt personally with friends and family member who have dealt with drug overdoses. If a person is experiencing a drug overdose, they need immediate medical treatment. And we're assuming that they're going to be coherent enough to push the buttons and properly access what they need with an input code. And if you've ever seen anyone who's overdosing, they're not really functioning at 100%. It makes me nervous about young kids and college-age students who are experimenting with drugs. I'm worried that they're going to use this vending machine as a safety net for their parties, thinking I can do XYZ because I have this as a backup. That makes me nervous. I do think that we need to solve the bigger issue in our community. My last concern is that it is by the YMCA in Neenah. At least one of the machines is. I'm concerned about a cute little kid leaving swim class or karate who wants a couple crackers because they're hungry and mom hasn't picked them up yet, that they're going to be getting a snack while someone else's sister is overdosing. That makes me nervous. Thank you. So I won't be voting for this.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to address, I know that the other supervisor made a comment. I have dealt with people, someone very close to me who is actually is in recovery. And I do not like the way that it was addressed, and I think he was doing that towards me, and that was very offensive. I am 1,000%, I will vote for anything that I see, true data that's showing that it's actually helping. That is what my biggest concern is, and that's what I've been asking for. I haven't even heard of the Greenville thing. I just want to see data. And I see data from Solutions. They show me a 46% recovery rate. I want to see data with this stuff. This is a big deal. This is putting vending machines in our communities. That's what I would like to have seen. It is across from the Y. The Y is right there. So yeah, it does bother me. I don't want little kids who've not been exposed to be exposed continuously. They're already exposed enough. I mean, I have a child. I don't want to see that. But I will, if you can show me data and say, hey, this is going to help. This is really going to help. And I've asked you for it multiple times. That's all I'm asking for. I would love to see if we could give more money to Solutions and do more of that, because they are doing the work that I am so proud of this county for supporting. So that is what I'm for. I just want to make sure that this is good data behind this. I don't like making decisions like that when I can't even get, hey, this county has done it and they have seen X amount of new people in their recovery programs. I mean, that's what I've asked for over and over.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important to know that in one of the P&F meetings, the Sheriff's Department spoke out against this.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is something that I personally have gone back and forth over. Initially, I was a no on this, and then looking at the stories in the news, the stories from the DA and from the medical examiner, it's rather clear on the overdose numbers as well. What we're doing right now is not working. It's not working. And the numbers are going to continue to get worse, and we can sit here and lie to ourselves that whatever we do, if we just shovel more money to somebody else, we'll make things better down the line. This is not a perfect solution for me. This is far from it. But the numbers are going to continue to get worse. There's every indication that it will get worse in 2024. We may be well clear over 50 overdoses, possibly by the end of the year. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and support this. I don't want to regret that decision, but I am going to go out on a limb and support this. Initially, I could not, but given the tweaks that have been done, I feel comfortable enough to go out on a limb and see if there's anything we can do to change the trajectory of the opioid crisis. Because it's only going to get worse, and us sitting here and doing nothing is just going to make it even more worse. Thank you.
Supervisor Hran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few questions for you. One is, listen, if I cross the road, it's a risk. If I walk on the ice outside right now, it's a risk. Life is a risk. I'm sorry, y'all. can these kiosks be put inside the doors of both buildings? And I believe at the Otter Street, you said yes, it was going to be in the vestibule. I think that no, it's not, it's going to be outside the doors?
It'll be outside, yes. Both locations are outside, and the machines are climate controlled to allow for that to happen.
Okay.
To have them inside would require 24/7 access inside the buildings, and that's just not possible.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I just want people from the Neenah area and the Y, I tell you, they've got vending machines at the Y, and the kids can get their food at the Y and their water. They don't have to go outside and see what's going on. Are we going to be able to collect the data that we need to see if the risk we are going to take is to our advantage, Doug?
The machines are monitored through an internet connection. We will know how much material is used, when it's taken out, when the machine may need restocking, if there's any issues with the machine's functionality. So, I mean, we can monitor those machines all the time, and we, of course, as we always do, we'll collect data along the way and reassess and make improvements, and reassess and make improvements as we go along.
Okay, thank you. Would you be so gracious as to show the board what is in the little boxes that are going to be in the kiosk, please?
Sure. Public health staff are here, and they can help out with that.
Thank you.
Coming up right now is Madeline Brager. She's one of our community health strategists, was also responsible for a lot of the work in putting together the grant application, and has the materials. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good evening. So I'm just going to walk you through what some of the kits that would look like in the vending machine itself. So our first one is our Narcan kit, plastic Ziploc bag, Narcan box. This is a nasal spray, so this is an opioid antigen. I have my tester right here. So inside this box has 2 packages of Narcan. This is what the nasal spray looks like. It's used just like Flonase, right up the nose, little plunger. It's one use, you don't prime it. That's all it is. It's a little plastic piece, can go right in the trash. This box has 2 doses in it right now. Instructions are on the outside in this little flap, more instructions, and on each of the little packages itself, there's more instructions on the inside as well. So there's instructions inside on the box, how to use it. I could use this on Doug right now and it would have no effect on him. It only works against if somebody has active opioids in their system. What else is in here? So we have a card that the health department has put together that goes over signs and symptoms of an overdose. This has instructions, we heart you, and then again, more instructions on how to use the Narcan itself. I have extra kits as well if anybody would like to see them in their hands. And then with that, we have education material. So this includes the human resources card for safe streets that we've talked about, already mentioned tonight. Our harm reduction program, the hours, information on there. And again, the We Heart You card, giving information right to download the app directly, getting people to access resources that way. Within our fentanyl test strips, so it's a little bag, pretty small like this again. So on the outside, we have a label that has positive and negative right on the outside in bold letters. It has a QR code that gives people the option to scan that QR code and watch a video how to use the fentanyl test strips themselves. Second forms of instructions comes in this paper that comes with each of our kits. Shows how to use the kits. Again, has We Heart You, information right to the weheartyou.org website, more information about our harm reduction program. These are the fentanyl test strips. It comes with 2 of them. They're each individual, so they would tear it open. And this also has instructions in the back what a positive and negative result is. Again, within here, we have a microscope that would be used for the substances that gets the proper amount. We use the microscope to put it with the water and then dip the little strip into it to read the lines. So then it would have the sterile water that people can use, just the little vials. We have 2 of them, little plastic pieces. And just like the Narcan kits, we have the We Heart You cards, the harm reduction program, and then the human services information. So really trying to have lots of education materials, references, giving lots of instructions, and lots of touch points for people. Sorry, I made a mess up here, Doug.
Nope, that's all right. So thank you, Maddie. There's also a CPR face shield in here
Yes.
as well. These are the materials that we currently distribute. Adding the vending machines just gives us additional locations. Right now, our only distribution point is the health department in the Oshkosh location. So this would give us access to distribute these materials in Neenah and in Oshkosh 24/7, and we just don't have that right now.
Well, I want to thank you very much for showing us that, because I'll tell you, after hearing that there might be what I consider to be drug paraphernalia, I was thinking that this might be an EpiPen that was going to be used. And in fact, I've talked with any number of people who have said, I didn't realize that it was a nasal spray. So I thank you very much for that.
Supervisor Defferding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was just wanted to provide some data because that was requested. At least this is from Rock County. Again, this is the data that I've received from Rock County. Now, theirs went live on December 6th of 2022. So in the first month, they 211 Narcan units were distributed. In the whole entirety of 2023, it was 1,117. Which seems like a lot, but keep in mind that once they have it, they no longer need it because they now have it. So they're expecting that Narcan distribution would actually be going downward in 2024 because people are just simply, it's one of those things where they'd rather have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. And one other thing I wanted to bring up, though, and this is very important, is because I attended the opioid summit in Oshkosh, and the keynote speaker there spoke about how her son died not from fentanyl drugs, but it was from fentanyl poisoning. And that's probably the most important thing, is that oftentimes fentanyl is put in these drugs and they're not aware that it's there. Now, my sister works at the Neenah YMCA. And my nephew's best friend died of a fentanyl overdose. Had no idea. No idea. And these are from Oxycontin pills that were purchased through Messenger. And that's the thing is, this isn't something where people are going to be, in my personal opinion, I don't view this as something where people are going to be partying and then they're going to have a Narcan there to just basically be a fail-safe. I think it's because that fentanyl has been permeating into so many things, into so many pills, that a lot of people don't realize that it's there, and that there is a purposely poisonous fraud happening. And so that's why I feel that it's very important. And we have to keep in mind, too, that Deputy Christofferson, in the very first tour that he gave of the sheriff's office, when we mentioned about the war on drugs, is that we can't arrest our way out of this. So we're just doing what we can to make sure that they can live and fight another day. That's all. Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make a comment very similar to that of Supervisor Flom. I as well have been struggling with this since this was first presented to JPS. I think that the changes that have been made since that point are positive changes. I think that the fact that County Medical Examiner Bremer also supports this is a positive step in the right direction. And I will mimic what Supervisor Fulham said. I feel like I'm going to probably go out on a limb and support this. Do have one question, because I do think that it's a fair question to be asked around the safety. We've been talking a lot about the why, and honestly, I'm picturing this. It's kind of tucked around the Y. So it's Human Services, an alley, then there's credit union, Across the street is Island Shores, right? So that's kind of that intersection there. So I can kind of see how there might be some concerns around safety, just generally speaking, especially if I'm going to the bank, and I think there's an ATM really close to there. Question is, have anyone from the county had any sort of conversation with either Chief Olson or Mayor Lang or the NEDA City Council on safety concerns, since this is going into the city of Neenah? Has there been any discussion with them, number one, so they know that we're talking about this, we're thinking about this, and have they expressed any concerns around safety? If we have talked to them.
Yeah, I'm just checking with staff here. The planning for this occurred a long time ago, and we talked to a lot of people about, trying to place these machines in good locations. Did we have conversations? Okay, so we did not talk to the mayor or the police department to put this machine at the County Human Services Building.
Okay, that seems like someone that we'd want to talk to. I don't know. Thank you, appreciate it.
Supervisor Miller. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too have struggled with this quite a bit, but I'm going to be voting against it. And my big concern is that, we're giving drug addicts tools so that they can use more drugs. And to me, that's just the wrong way to go about this. Thanks.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to vote in favor of this for a couple of reasons. This is not to give drug users a tool so they can use more drugs. It's to give them a tool so they don't die. I'm also going to vote in favor of this. Supervisor Ellenberger was wanting to know about data. She wants to see data. These things are innovative. Somebody thought these up. They've only been in existence for a couple of years in some places. There's not going to be data yet because they're brand new. We have a chance to save lives, and I think we should be doing it and not worrying about, how we, are we really doing everything we can to punish people who are drug users? I'm done. Thank you.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the only question that board members need to ask themselves is, how much is a life worth to you? Many of us here are parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles. A few years ago, a mentor of mine got a phone call from the sheriff's department. His son was in jail. He had no idea that he ever did drugs in his life. He's a straight A student, and he was saved by Narcan. And otherwise, he wouldn't be here today. So these are stories that are all over our communities, and I urge my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're already knowing how I feel about this whole thing, but for me, again, I have never had any relative or anybody that I know of that had any effect by this. So I had a lot of thoughts when I did in the beginning, figuring out what is going to happen here. We had this come across, I don't know how many different times, and then we put it back because we wanted to check things out, and we heard there's some people talking about certain things. Do you know how much time it takes to put one of these grants together? The research that they do to put it all together to make sure they do the right stuff, and it was a while ago too, if I remember right. Or what? So you got that. Then you go and you have the health department themselves put their input. Then the coroner puts the input, and then we go and we talk about the board 2 or 3 different times about this, and we put our input. And then everybody's had 4 or 5 months to put input on this, and it seemed like a good idea. I haven't had a friend, but I'd rather do something than nothing. If something happens to somebody, and I had a chance to put something out there that was paid for, and I decided that I didn't want to do it because whatever reason I come up with, or we can get the money from somewhere else. We have the money. They did all the effort to get this done. It's time now to make a decision. And I'm strongly for this, and I think this going on and on, we're just trying to tweak something that it's going to help somebody. And like someone just said, 1 or 2 deaths, how much is that worth to you? I'll call a question. Let's do that. I thought it was at the end.
Is there a second? Did I hear a second? Second. Okay, motion was made and seconded to call the question. Supervisor Stira, calling the question. Well, no, we don't do that, no. Sorry about that. Forget it, there's lights up there, you don't need that. Okay? Well, we'll try it this way first. All those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Question has been called. Okay, now this is a 2/3 vote on this. Because we're accepting money, I believe.
It's for a specific purpose.
We'll do machine that way if it's. So if you're in favor of it, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. And that fails, 22 to 11. So that failed. So, what? Number 18. So we're on to number 18, 311-01224, approving $500,000 from the Spirit Fund government identified community project categories to help the Boys and Girls Club of Oshkosh expand to the Youth Focus Community Center. Vice Chairman Farright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of Resolution 311-01-2024.
And it's seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason that I had 17 through 21 pulled is because I'm wrestling with this a lot. The original intent of the ARPA funds were to replace lost revenue and to help out the county and not necessarily funnel it to organizations that are not part of the county. I understand that moonshots for one might not be the same for another. We have in front of us, or tonight, resolution number 309, resolution 315, that talks about a great burden to this county. Currently, if I'm accurate in remembering what we need over the next few years is between $80 and $100 million. And I'm listening to Supervisor Binder talk about the machines and the plows that we need. I don't see about increasing capital improvement plans, increasing bonding, when right now, with the original intent of the ARPA funds, was to replace that lost revenue, to go back into the county. I can tell you that the people that I talk to and that have knocked on my door want to make sure that their rent isn't raised, and that would be done through a tax levy, because the apartment owners, the apartment building owners, are not going to absorb a tax increase by just simply absorbing it. They're going to pass it on to the renters. I understand how this looks. I understand how this might make me look. I just don't know if I can support this. And I'm speaking for all of those. I doubt that I will come back in again. Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment to this resolution, please. And the amendment would be to increase the funding by $250,000 to make the total grant to the Boys and Girls Club $750,000. As I look at what they have presented, they say that they are serving meals, they are open, they are addressing the needs of young people. If we want to get ahead potentially of the problems that we have in our nation and in our county, addressing the needs of youth is critical. So that is why I would like to make this amendment.
Second. Motion made and seconded to to amend to go from 500 to 200, to $750,000. Yeah, any questions? None on the amendment? It don't look like there's no questions. I'm gonna call, well, no, I better do it by machine. If you're in favor of raising it to 750, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. He's plugging his in. He votes nay. And that failed. All right. Back to Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just kind of ironic that we just got done talking about drug addiction, housing crisis. I too struggle with the upcoming expenses that we're going to have with the county, capital improvement projects. I've said it a number of times, if I was king of the castle, I'd probably spend it all on infrastructure. But this is the process that we're working through, and I think this might be one of the greatest needs that we have to prevent some of these things that we talked about this this evening. So with that, I'll be supporting that, and I remind my colleagues here that tomorrow we will have our ARPA strategy meeting at the David Albrecht building at 1 o'clock. I know a number of supervisors have been there. We've worked through this process, and I'll say it another time that this is one of the most transparent ARPA transactions in the country. Most counties and cities made that decision with a few people, and so we've done our due diligence time and time again, vetting these organizations. So I will strongly approve this and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everyone knows how I feel about ARPA. I've said it enough. I do want to thank the Boys and Girls Club, though, for the extensive financial reports that they provided. We've never seen anything like this from any other group that we've even considered. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Supervisor Estero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be voting against these items. I think that taxpayers need the freedom to choose who they donate to, and I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate Dr. Topol's recommendation, but you know, I come back to letting the taxpayers decide, and also, what about the value of the family? What about the value of neighbors? What about the value of churches? And you can poo-poo that, but many of us don't ever. We rely on ourselves. We don't need big government. And I greatly appreciate them. Believe me, I love children. I've been in children's ministries. But I don't feel comfortable putting money towards them when I know that our county needs help, the infrastructure needs help. You know, the Parks Department has projects that they're waiting on because of these things. I appreciate the ARPA Commission very much, and I hope to attend that meeting tomorrow. But again, I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Supervisor Bender.
I just want to remind this county board, when UW Oshkosh was going to close their daycare, it was projected to lose $880,000. I talked to our county exec and the roll-off from the city of Oshkosh to see if they would partner with the university to try to keep that daycare open. They want no part of it. The YMCA stepped up, kept that daycare open. They didn't care it was going to lose $880,000. They'll find the money. People need to have a place where they can put their children in a safe place so that when they go to work, they know their children are going to be taken care of. They could have taken that $880,000 and put it right here and had $380,000 left over. They didn't do that. They stepped up to the community. They took that daycare open. Now there's 140 students in there. You know, I just think sometimes when we work with, like, a partner with, like, the YMCA to take that daycare, and then we turn our backs on them, well, you don't really need that $500,000. Well, I hope next time that we need them, they do the same thing to us if we turn this down.
Supervisor Zelmer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We really, really need this as an approval. Put yourself in the shoes of somebody that doesn't have a whole lot in life. And I think most of us are pretty well off here. Well, most of us are, and good paying jobs. There's a lot of kids, there's a lot of need out there. And just vote yes, please. In fact, I call for the question.
The question has been called. I don't hear a second, though. Motion made and seconded. All right. Can't take questions, can we? All those in favor of the question being called signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. It's passed. It's questions being called. So we're on the main motion, approving $500,000 from the Spirit Fund Government Identified Community Project category to help the Boys and Girls Club of Oshkosh expand the Youth Focused Community Center. We better do it by machine. It's 2/3. That way there's no questions. If you're in favor of that, vote A. If you're not in favor of it, vote nay. If you're in favor of giving them the $500,000, vote A. If you're not in favor of it, vote nay. Passed. Okay, what's the next one? 19? 19, resolution number 312-01224, approving $500,000 from the Spirit Fund Government Identified Community Project category to help Greater Fox Cities Area Habit for Humanity build or rehabilitate 10 homes in northern Winnebago County. Vice Chair Anvari.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of resolution number 312-01-2024.
And that's seconded by Supervisor Ellenberger. I see no questions, so we'll do another machine vote here. If you're in favor of it, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. That passed. Number 20, resolution number 313-01224, approving $500,000 from the Spirit Fund Government Identified Community Projects category to expand the building of Nova Counseling Services facilities. Vice Chairman Fari.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of resolution 313-01-20, should say 24.
And that's seconded by Supervisor Gordon. Supervisor Eisen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose approval of the $500,000 funding to Nova Counseling Services, Inc. on the basis of their statement in their 2022, 2021, and 2020 federal tax 990 return of organization exempt from income tax. On Schedule O, it states, quote, "The organization does not make its governing documents or financial statements available to the public. The organization does not have a conflict of interest policy." To me, This business does not do business in a transparent manner. And I recommend that the ARPA Commission, Personnel and Finance Committee, and any other entity of Winnebago County thoroughly review the IRS 990 tax form of all nonprofits seeking Winnebago County citizen funds. If you remember back when the warming shelter applied for Wisconsin ARPA funds, and the county board approved of their application, I pointed out at that time that our county executive had been listed as a director at the warming shelter for the 2020 reporting period. And he stated that he resigned from that board when he was elected. Let's not overlook due diligence in evaluating our nonprofit organization grant seekers. Thank you.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
So did Supervisor Eisen make a motion to send it back to ARPA? Then I will.
Okay. A motion is made and seconded to have this sent back to ARPA. We have to vote on it. It just has to be majority, right? So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. It'll be going back to committee. That's okay. Okay. Resolution number 314-012-024, approving $500,000 from the Spirit Fund Government Identified Community Project category to expand solutions recovery housing. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of 314-01-2024.
And that is seconded by Supervisor Ellenberger. Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the spirit of consistency, I will be abstaining from this vote due to its proximity in my district. I did the same for the Christine Ann Center vote. I do want to say, though, I very much appreciate Solutions Recovery and all the work they do, and Trevor and his team have done an amazing job. So just on that housekeeping note, I will be abstaining, but I do support the program. Thank you.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Just a quick note, I think my colleagues have heard from Solution Recovery several times. He seems to have a handle on what's going on, the STAR program. I've talked to Trevor on a one-to-one. I got more information. I think this is a successful program. Even though we had some money from our block grant, they're doing well. They're helping people, and that is my major concern, so I'm going to vote for this one. Thank you.
Not seeing any other lights. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. Carried by ayes. Okay. 22. What do we do with 22? 22, resolution number 315-012-024, approval of capital improvement projects for 2024 to be funded with transfers from the unassigned general fund balance, which will either reduce the assigned general fund balance or will be later reimbursed by a subsequent bond issue. I know some questions we're going to get right away, and I'm going to call on Corporation Counsel to go ahead and clear up some of these questions before they even start asking about why, you know, and some of them are still talking about bonds, and does it need to be 3/4 in, or we might as well clear that up right away.
I think I answered most of the people's questions who were calling me. But a running theme was, wait a minute, if there is a bond, why do we have a 2/3 vote versus a 3/4 vote? But if you look at the actual wording, it has not been decided that we would pay for these with a bond. When that happens, when there's usages of bonds, then it's a 3/4 vote. But if you look at, again, the language, if you want to look at the title, it says, approve these capital improvement projects to be funded with transfers from the unassigned general fund balance, which will either reduce the unassigned general fund balance or will be later reimbursed by a subsequent bond issue. So, if the supervisors down the pike decided to reimburse using a bond, that is when the 3/4 vote would come into play. Until that time, it is a 2/3 vote. So hopefully that answers some of the questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion to amend 315-012-024. Remove line
it's not even
25 and line 26 for
It's not on the
renegotiated.
floor yet, Supervisor Swan.
Sorry?
We have to get it on the floor first here. So this would go on the floor from Supervisor Cox.
I'd like to place a resolution. I'd like to place, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to place the resolution 31501-2024 onto the floor.
And that is seconded by Supervisor Ellenberger. Now Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to amend Resolution 315-012-024. Remove line 25 and line 26 for renegotiation and later reconsideration of a fair cost participation agreement with the city of Oshkosh based on the percentage usage rate of the fire station and the fire truck.
And that's been seconded. Supervisor Hanson, anything on the amendment?
It was on the original.
Okay.
No.
Supervisor Schellinger on the amendment?
Yes, sir, thank you. I'm sympathetic to this motion. I have some concerns myself about the way 1 and 2, or those two items were brought to the board. I don't think some of the key questions that this board should decide have been resolved in a way that makes me feel comfortable going forward fully. Although I do check myself to say, we are the owners, we're the custodians of a 50-year-old fire station that is not serving the needs of the airport or the community right now. And perhaps more importantly to me, it's not serving the needs of the firefighters. There's some serious concerns about the health and safety, the well-being of the people that we're asking to put themselves in harm's way when something goes awry. And so I think I'm going to oppose it, but I'm not. But I want to say that I'm going to oppose it because I think it's our obligation to at least begin the design process. That's what I think. So thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this resolution 315-01-2024. What?
We're on the amendment,
What is the
Supervisor
amendment?
Eisen.
25 and 26.
Just the amendment now.
No, I oppose the,
Supervisor Gabbard on the amendment?
I didn't second it. But whatever, I want to speak on it. I believe I understand where Supervisor Swan is coming from. We're about to approve $450,000 for another study for another building. That seems high to me. And the fire truck, and I sit on aviation, I'm an advocate. But I'd like to know what the city's kick in this game is. We have the oldest fire station at the airport. Interesting. We'll have the newest one. How about if we don't do any new ones and we just get better equipment for the firefighters and go with it? What happens if we don't build the new fire station? That's my question.
You got an old 50-year-old building.
We have a 50-year-old building. This county has a lot of 50-year-old buildings.
That's not suitable.
I thought we were going to look into the agreement real close and see what's going on. I feel bad for our taxpayers, and I'll even include the city, but we're all looking at this and going, wow, and I've had people call me and say, how come we're going to spend that kind of money, yet we did a building study, and we have buildings that need repairs, and we're going to put a new firehouse out there. So I don't get the agreement where the city can tell us that we have to put up a new firehouse. Can we correct the bad things that are happening in that building? Perhaps. On the fire truck, it's about that foam, and the foam has been approved, new foam by FAA, but it's not on the market. So we're sitting with these rescue vehicles that don't have the right foam in them. I don't know. I don't think this will shut anything down, but I'm wondering if we took this out, and maybe Mike can answer this, if we took these two out per Supervisor Swan, can we bring them back in?
It's you guys' wish. You can always take them back, but it's capital improvement. That's the only thing. Mike, can they do that?
By bringing them back, I mean, like,
Yes.
can we redefine this expenditure amount? And that's all I think Supervisor Swan is asking.
Yes, if this is taken out of this resolution, separate resolution or one separate resolution could be brought a little later month this year, as long as it's by September when we do the bonding. Unless we find a different source for it, decide to fund it another way. I do want to just make sure the board understands, two other things though, if I may. One is the 450 is, of course, just for the design and engineering of the building to find out what we need to do. It may just be that we need to upgrade it and don't need to build it. I don't know the building, I'm not an engineer.
Right.
The building itself, the construction costs are currently in the capital improvements plan for a future year, not even 2025, but 2026. So there's going to be quite a bit of time before we're actually bidding this building to be done. The other thing I want to make sure the board knows is that we have started negotiations. We have had meetings with the city and have made it clear we want to renegotiate the deal. Now, I'm not going to get any specifics. We're not near any resolution with the city. It's early stages, but we have a lot of time to do that. And, I wouldn't want to try to negotiate in public meeting either. It should be behind the scenes, but there's certainly an intent to renegotiate that with the city. But if we wait for the negotiation to happen and then the engineering at a later year, the project could be substantially delayed.
But, and I don't want you to agree or disagree with me, but overall, my statement is $450,000 to me is a lot of money. But the county has done this before with engineering, and sometimes the things get put on the shelf. But that's the first step. That doesn't mean then that we are going to build that building with all county bonding or money, correct?
Right. And I know it's a big number. I'm sure Director Elder could tell you, like he usually says, you got to plan on something like 10% of the eventual construction costs. Is that a reasonable rule of thumb there, Mike? Yeah, he's nodding yes. I've heard him say that many times over the past 10 years, probably. The total construction cost is estimated at $5.5 million currently, so the 450 is certainly under that amount.
So let me just run one quick question past you. Whatever this amount is, $11,043,595, if we approve this resolution, there could be a resolution to change any one of these and take them out later on? Or is that rock solid? What we see in front of us is what is going to happen?
Well, if this resolution is passed, anything in the resolution that isn't taken out by amendment is considered approved by the county board, so we'll hopefully take it out for bid as soon as we can.
Okay.
At least on, some of them, a good number of them. One of the reasons for doing this in January rather than February, March is to try to get the bids out earlier in the year. So once we, send out to bid, I think they could still be withdrawn, but whatever money has been spent to that point would be wasted.
And, okay, thank you for all your help. And then one just quick other thing on line 35, Sheriff Evidence Storage and Morgue Building, the 782. Just remember, the bids were over, and we're transferring 782 out of bonding or general fund to cover for that overbid of that facility. So, there you go there with that too. As it rolls. All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Supervisor Swan, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I'm asking in the amendment is that we consider, we renegotiate to get city participation in the engineering study and in the fire, and pay for part of the fire truck, because their participation rate, according to Supervisor Powers in the last meeting, is 90% city usage and 10% county. So I don't think we should pay for all of this without having the city be obligated to pay for a portion of it. We can bring this back later, very soon, I think, and still be doing this year. There's no reason we can't. But I think we need language that shows the city will be a participant in these costs. That's only fair.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you making an amendment to have that pulled, or what do you wish to do?
I'm sorry?
Are you making an amendment or something to have
Right now, to
something
have it pulled and to have a renegotiation, then bring it back in a separate resolution.
So your amendment is to have that pulled?
For now, until they renegotiate the structure with the city, and then bring it back after that's done. That's my suggestion.
Well, isn't that the motion we already have?
It is.
Right.
It's already been moved and seconded.
Delete lines 25 and 26.
25 and 26.
Delete lines 25 and 26, yeah.
I don't get it, what are you pulling? You've got me confused.
I'm pulling line 25 and 26 that approve the funding for that.
You said to eliminate it.
No, just pull it for now until we renegotiate with the city.
Okay. So we have amendment on the floor to pull lines 25 and 26. Supervisor Bender on the amendment? On the amendment? No. Vice Chairman Farley on the amendment?
No.
Supervisor Stara on the amendment?
Yeah, the reason I seconded that is because I really do want to see what the negotiations result in. I just think that hoping for the best is just not a good idea. Thank you.
Supervisor Robinson on the amendment?
No. I don't have anything on the amendment.
Supervisor Schellinger on the amendment?
Yes, sir, thank you. I think, I respect the idea, the opinion that, this is part of the whole renegotiation piece, or at least the design cost for the fire station. But I think there's a separate issue with the fire truck that we should consider as separate from the renegotiation of services and whatnot. Now, try to explain this as brief as I can. But essentially, the truck is not just a regular fire truck. It's not just large fire truck. It's a special fire truck that's an ARF truck, which I forget what it stands for exactly, but it has a fire suppressant foam. This is the foam that Supervisor Gabbert's been talking about. And up until very recently, the foam has been very toxic. It's very good at suppressing airplane fuel that's on fire and things like that, but it also carries with it lots of remediation. So the county had to use, or the fire department had to use some of that foam. It contains something called PFAS. I think that stands for, I don't know, petrofluoro, I don't know, doesn't matter. Something really nasty. They call it the forever chemical. It gets in the water supply, and so whenever that fire suppressant foam is used, the county has to remediate the soil. It costs a lot of money. It can be very time-consuming, and of course, expensive. The new machines, the new trucks, such as the one proposed to purchase here, contain a different type, a different chemical. It still works very well to suppress that really dangerous airplane fuel that might be on fire. It can be much more effective than just a regular fire truck at fighting the types of fires that are specific to the airport. And this is not the thing that you would send out to a house or a structure that's on fire. It's purely for the airport use. And so what I guess I'd ask is for separation of these two, so that we can consider the airport, the fire station at the airport separately than the fire truck, which its sole purpose is to be used at the airport.
I'm amenable to that. I'd be amenable to that.
So we could vote instead of voting on these two.
Vote on the engineering study alone. Yes.
So right now, we're still going to be discussing them, but as far as the truck and the engineering study, that will be split when we go to vote.
Just the engineering study.
Right.
Thank you.
Supervisor Powers on the amendment?
Yes, but I think it got answered when he decided to pull number 2, so I'm good now. Thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Bender on the amendment?
Yes, I would not be in favor of that truck. I mean, we can buy a good used truck for $750,000. We're not even required to have that truck. It's basically something that we have for the EAA. I think a $750,000 truck is 27 years newer than what we have right here, and we can find a better place to spend $700,000. So if they separate it, I wouldn't support that amendment.
Supervisor Sturr, your second time on the amendment?
Yes, I would concur with Supervisor Bender that you, according to Director Shell, you can get a used truck and modify it for the PFAS. So I think that they need to stay together on this amendment. Thank you.
Supervisor Cox on the amendment?
The truck has been in the CIP book last year for 2025 at $850. So now we're taking it this year, earlier, but we're going to put it in there for $1.4 million. I don't know the reasoning behind all of that, except that we've got a lot of inflation there. So I would think we'd want to maybe, renegotiate.
Well, we're going to split them, not to interfere with anything, but it has been decided it's going to be split. So when the vote comes, it'll, between that and the design and all this and that, we're going to vote them on separate. Supervisor Hintz on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a reason we can't buy a used vehicle, we can't refurbish another vehicle, and that's because no company can guarantee that they can get all of the PFAS out of the existing system that's been used with PFAS in it. There is not a company that we know of that can guarantee they can clean that entire system out inside that engine on a used machine, so that way we could use this new, better equipment, or better chemical. So that's a red herring. Thank you.
Okay. Oops.
So Supervisor Swan, can I just, right now, we would be voting on to amend the resolution to remove line just 25, and then, right.
Yes, you will get it. Just hold on. Our clerk is trying to get something straight for you.
For renegotiation and later reconsideration, a separate resolution, after a fair cost participation agreement with the city of Oshkosh based on, you know, the percent we use the building. But basically just to hold on the engineering study until we get an agreement.
Okay.
Supervisor Eisen on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak on behalf of the opposition to amending this, and I would like to ask the permission of the chairman to call up the director of the airport to explain to my colleagues why it is important for us to approve these two items, 1 and 2, tonight.
Okay, well, they're going to be split, but yes, I will let him come up if he wishes to. As of right now, we're just talking about the truck and the building.
Well, I understand the amendment is to remove item 25, which is the engineering design study for a new fire station. The only thing I'll point out is that both the city's station-wide study and the county's facilities condition assessment study both suggest a replacement in the near term of the station. So that is kind of the driving force. Yep, I understand that. Behind actually going forward for design engineering of a new station. Understand the concerns brought up by Supervisor Swan as far as the cost sharing piece of it, so I'm not going to really get into that because that's up to the county board to decide how they like to pursue the actual funding of what the request at hand is.
Supervisor Dowling.
Oh, I would just request that our time clock be brought back for speakers.
I was wondering, it's not up here either.
Thank you.
So do you wish to read back, Madam Clerk, on what we're actually going to be voting on first that will be pulled out of the resolution?
It's just, what we would be voting on is to strike line 25.
Did you all hear that? What we're going to be voting on is striking line 25.
So do you want to do it by machine? Do you want to do it by machine or voice vote?
No, we'll do it by machine. If you're in favor of striking line 25, vote A. If you're not, vote nay.
You don't have a computer? My computer's down.
Okay, just go
Just
up
give
or
me
down
up.
then. Just show it to her.
Down, okay. I gotta find it.
And that's failed. 14 to 20.
Okay, so now do you, are we doing line 26 too?
Now, do we want to do line 26, Supervisor Swan, or?
No, I'm not gonna pursue that.
Okay.
Based on the analysis, Supervisor Schellinger and Supervisor Hinkle provided.
Okay. So,
You
go back to the
have-
whole thing, or do we answer questions?
You can answer questions because
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be in favor of this and voting for it, but I want to point out why I was having such a struggle. We just voted $2.5 million that would have paid for line 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 37, and 38, and still have 200,000 left over. That's why I was struggling.
Supervisor Stera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding line 26, if I wasn't mistaken, I I thought that, I don't know if Director Shell could steer me in the right way, but I thought there could be modifications to trucks. So I feel that I would like to make an amendment for the 1.4 million to be brought down to like 900,000.
Well, let's ask them so we get it all straight.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, members of the board. What I had mentioned, I think in the special orders, as Supervisor Binder had mentioned, there are the availability of used trucks out there on the market that probably could be acquired for somewhere around that $750,000 range. That said, all of those trucks for years and years and years, however old they are, I guess, have been using the old foam with the PFAS chemical in it. We have not found an environmental contractor, and we've reached out to airports all across the country through our General Aviation Airports Committee that I'm on a national level. And we've had a lot of discussion about the transition of the new foam. There are limited airports in the country, GA airports that have an on-field fire station. We're one of them. And talking just to other GA airports, they haven't found an environmental contractor that will clean out the trucks, flush the system, and guarantee that there's no foam or there's no PFAS left in the system. They just won't do it. And they'll charge quite a bit of money to clean out the truck, but they won't certify that it's free of the PFAS chemical for whatever the liability reasons are or whatever their reasoning is on their end. Now, we have started looking at existing trucks throughout the state, if there's a way to take all of the components out of an existing truck, retrofit it with new foam tanks and plumbing and all the pieces and components that foam has ever touched to ensure that there is no more PFAS in the system, because we've replaced them with brand new pieces of equipment. But I have no clue what that actual cost would be to this point. And we've had other airports in the state that are looking into that. But at some point, we will know, I guess, if an old truck can be remediated in that fashion. But again, we may buy it for $800,000, let's just say, and stick another couple $100,000 into it. I just don't know what that cost would be. So it's a possibility, but we don't know that answer 100% yet.
Could I ask one more question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it required that we have a station at the airport, since we don't have commercial flights?
It's a requirement of our Part 139 exemption during AirVenture to have ARF on the field and have a certain index, which is ARF Index C, in order to respond to a number of potential incidents that could happen based upon the federal guidelines we have to adhere to. So during AirVenture, I guess that's a short way of saying yes. Outside of AirVenture, we're not federally mandated to have ARF on the field, but there are a number of GA airports in the country that have ARF on field, irrespective of not being mandated by the federal government to have it. So,
But you said ARF, but not a station?
well, they typically go hand in hand.
I was asking about a fire station.
Right. So typically go hand in hand. Usually an airport with ARF vehicle has a fire station. There's another example in the state that has ARF, that's a GA airport, which is Janesville, which they have ARF equipment, but they actually don't have a station, but it's not really an ideal setup. They also don't have the cooperative agreement we have with the city of Oshkosh for staffing our ARF trucks. They actually cross-train some maintenance employees to be firefighters in the instance they may have an incident. So
it's more ideal that we have a station, but not required, because you can't have, if I,
it's
okay.
certainly more ideal if you're going to provide ARF services on any airport that you have a fire station on the airport.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to try a little different approach here. We've had a lot of discussion about the fire truck and the building. Both are under the review and discussion of the airport committee. Now, let me remind you of something else. We have $13 million set aside with the Spirit Fund for county projects. So I'm going to try a little something here, the privilege motion. What I'd like to do is refer this back to line 20, let me be specific, line 25 and line 26. Refer it back to the Aviation Committee. You can go through all the comments and come back with a recommendation, and I suggest it be to the Spirit Fund for covering the cost of what you recommend. Mr. Chairman, would that be in order?
I heard a second out there, so if that was a
Okay,
motion.
good.
Who seconded that? Supervisor Cox? No. Oh, Supervisor Bender? Supervisor Bender on the amendment?
I don't want to take points for that.
Supervisor Bender on the amendment?
Yeah, no.
No, you had your light lit. I said, anything on the, did you want to say anything? Your light was lit, so. Supervisor Gabbard on the amendment?
Yes. I like Supervisor Fari idea. I thought that the truck would come out of the ARPA money, but it didn't. So if you send it back to our committee, we're going to do everything we can do possibly to get that to ARPA Spirit Fund Committee to get the money there, if that's what it takes. I will fight till the end for that. So if my other choices are both, one is removed and one isn't, I can see other things on this list that I can probably done and I haven't touched on yet, so you can add up any numbers you want, but
Yep.
if you choose to send it back to our committee, I will make sure that committee sits and fights to get that to the ARPA, and then we will all maybe show up at your ARPA meeting, because I think that large vehicle should come out.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
So, you'll know
Yes.
we're around.
I do appreciate that, but my intent is, first of all, line 25, that you continue negotiations with the city of Oshkosh, which has been clearly demonstrated. Before you bring the money back, before you request the funding, you need to know where you are with the city. As far as the truck, you need to evaluate, is that the truck we really need? Are there other options? That is my request for referring it back. Once you've reached those conclusions, then I would request that you request to be funded by the Spirit Fund, and I'll write that resolution myself. For both, 25 and 26. As long as we have that understanding, I move to refer it back to Aviation Committee.
One last statement. We have an airport director that is very involved with all of this.
Sure.
So it'll come back to the committee, but
Right, you know, the normal process. But we got so many questions that need to be answered. I feel the committee is the one that should answer them. And then I think we can actually reduce the bonding or take less money out of the fund balance and use the Spirit Fund, 13 million, for its designed purpose.
I see where you're coming from. Thank you.
Corporation Counsel?
And again, just to refresh everybody, all the supervisors' recollections, back in February of 2022, when there was the creation of the ARPA Strategies and Outcomes Commission, it specifically said all ARPA spending and appropriation requests are to be submitted to the ARPA Strategy and Outcomes Commission for its recommendation prior to action by the full county board. So again, essentially, it would be closing the loop if it was referred back to aviation, and then the aviation decided, okay, this is the number we need, and they may want to refer it to the Spirit Commission, or the ARPA Commission.
Supervisor Challenger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for the motion. I think it's a great idea. Aviation hasn't had a chance to discuss either of these. I think that's one of the big oversights of this capital improvement plan, is that the committee structure has largely been usurped in favor of whatever the executive has chosen to put in. So I think there will be a good discussion at aviation, but I do encourage the rest of the board to chime in with whatever other concerns there are, because I think based on what we've heard, it seems clear that we want to understand the renegotiation with the city before we move forward with the building, and we just want a cheaper fire truck. But we've also heard that there aren't cheaper fire trucks. There isn't a way to achieve the safe chemical fire suppressant without purchasing a brand new piece of equipment. And I don't think we're going to get a different recommendation from the aviation committee based on what I've heard. Now, if we want the aviation committee to be the entity that passes this over to ARPA and that's just the mechanism we need, that's fine. But what I wanted to ask the board is if this does go to, if you are going to vote to send this back to the committee, are there really any other concerns, or is this just a way to get it to ARPA for funding?
First, before we go any farther, there's a motion on the floor and a second for amendment, so I have to go ahead and get that on. Supervisor Nelson on the amendment?
Yes. I personally would like to see these two items pulled and sent back. My question, if it goes to committee, my question is, we're looking at a $1.4 million investment that is really only required during the EAA. That's a 9-10 day event. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you said it's required, basically it has to be there during that EAA program. I guess I'm wondering what money does I know the EAA brings in millions of dollars. Don't misunderstand my question, but I don't know how much money the EAA brings into the airport. Does it justify that? Is it possible to rent a truck for those 10 days and have what is necessary to be there? Or do you add extra trucks during that air show? I don't know the answers. So I'm getting bad looks here, but I'm just trying to understand. 1.4 million seems like a lot to me, and I understand why no contractor will guarantee a used truck against any speck of PFAS. Quite honestly, there is PFAS everywhere. We've been using it. It has basically gone under the radar for 20, 30 years. So the fact that there might be one speck in one compartment of one used truck doesn't concern me much, but I understand where you may need some sort of a guarantee, and that is not available.
Supervisor Wise on the amendment?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the concerns I have about this is that we started thinking about this as, okay, there's a little Piper Cub coming down here and two of them have an accident. Okay, yeah, there's maybe 4 or 5 people there that we got to rescue and put out the fires. We had a problem in Japan just recently where the one plane was coming in and another plane was just taxiing around and they both hit, and it was a very big problem. At the end of EAA, my experience at the end of EAA, there's always the veterans that go out. They take the veterans out on a pretty big plane and it's full of veterans. What would happen if while that plane is out taxiing around, somebody tries to land right on top of it? And we don't have the right equipment here. I think we better be considering this before we start thinking about chopping up some other fire truck to do the job. That's all I have to say, sir.
Supervisor Bender on the amendment?
Yes. For me, the decision would be a lot easier. Like, I looked, I could get a 2013 truck for $700,000. If you tell me it's impossible to get that truck clean, then I understand we have to buy a new one. If you tell me it costs $150,000 to clean that truck out, now it's $850,000, I'd still buy that used truck. You know, so all I want to know is what the cost of the used truck is going to be so I can compare. You know, it just, you want to do the due diligence for the taxpayers. You know, it's not a truck we're going to use much. I mean, the last time we probably used that truck was 6 years ago. We had planes crash, a couple of them crashed in the river. We didn't even need a fire truck. You know, we had a helicopter crash in the river. We didn't need a fire truck there. They crash in farm fields. You know, the volunteer fire departments go and rescue them. So it's like, yes, for the EAA, we could use this truck. But let me know what the used truck is gonna cost and what it's gonna take to clean it up, so I can make a decision in my mind what is good for the taxpayers. If our only option is paying $1.4 million and Jim says we have to have that truck, I'll vote for it. But I wanna know what that used truck costs, what it costs to clean it up, and then I can make an educated decision. And I'd rather have it out of the ARPA fund versus the general fund.
Supervisor Hens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to address Supervisor Nelson, some of his questions. It was said that we have to have the ARF service available, just not on site when it's not EAA, if I'm correct, just not if I'm understanding that correctly. They have to have ARF trucks available, but not on site on the weeks that aren't EAA. Isn't that?
We're getting into some really murky waters here.
No,
but what I'll say, I think I would like to address what Supervisor Nelson mentioned.
Feel free to.
Yeah, I think there's kind of two ways to look at this. Either you're going to go strictly by what the federal requirement is, but which is for a non-commercial service airport like our airport is, we don't strictly have to have ARF on the field. But we do see a lot, outside of AirVenture, we see a lot of large aircraft come and go. We see military operations. We see old warbirds that carry a lot of fuel and have the propensity to, and anything has a propensity to have an accident. And so we have a lot of activity of larger aircraft that, while the federal government doesn't say, yes, you absolutely have to have this on your airfield, if something were to happen with one of those larger aircraft and we don't have it on our airfield, but we did for decades and decades, but we decided we were no longer going to have a fire station or ARF equipment, then the ramifications will be, it would take a lot longer to get to that accident, put that accident, the fire out, save the lives, and that sort of thing. So, I would say any very busy general aviation airport in the country, by a best practice, should have a fire station and ARF vehicle. But federally, if you do not have a Part 139 certificate, you're not required to have one. So you could look at, do we want to just meet the bare minimum outside of AirVenture Week, or do we want to continue to have crash, fire, and rescue service based at the airport in order to put out the fire and save lives? Should we need to do that? I guess those are the two ways to look at it. And sorry if I didn't answer the question you were asking.
No, that's fine. I'm glad you came up for that. And I was going to ask, the current fire truck that we have is what, 35 years old, I believe?
It's 37.
37. Well, I was just rounding it. 35 years at 1.4 million is $40,000 a year. So that's what it would cost to have it just for EAA. If we were to divvy the funds out like in that manner. But at that 40,000, we have it around for the entire year.
Right.
So if any accident happens at any time, if they're doing a touch and go for the military, and something goes wrong, and he drags it a little off to the side, and all of a sudden it goes, and there's oil, flames on the field because he, snapped a wing off. It can happen. They're doing those touch and goes. That's military training. That's not the experts. That's training. So there are a lot of things that can happen with this. So I don't know how much we want to play around with this, and I do agree with it going to the ARPA fund. So thank you.
Supervisor Robinson on the amendment.
This is for Nussbaum.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to get Mike's opinion on this, and also the opinion on the timing.
Mine or Mike Elder's? Well, with respect to the the fire station, I don't think negotiations with the city will be short. It'll be a long time, and it requires city council approval. So I don't think if we're going to wait for that it will come back yet this year. With respect to the fire truck, no, I think Director Schell hit it when you said the question really is, do we want to have a higher level of protection? than most general aviation airports, given the prominence and the size of our airport, which is kind of a premier general aviation airport, or do we want to have minimal protection? And I think that's the issue for the board to decide, not really something for me to address. Mike, anything else to add about the fire station? You've been more involved in that than I.
Well, as Jim had mentioned, we've had two studies, one by the city, one by us, two independent studies. Both identified the building as in need of replacement. And what we're losing sight of is it's still a county asset. So I still have to protect and fix that building. So it's a 50-year-old building. I've got air handlers, I've got boilers, I've got major equipment with the building that is at the end of its life, that if we don't replace it, I will be spending probably 2/3 the cost of what a new building would be to keep the building going. So, you know, I'm put in a hard spot now because this is a county asset that I'm tasked with keeping up. And either we fix it or we replace it. So, you know, that's kind of where we are right now. And that's one of the things that the condition assessment has shown us, is which buildings are the ones that need the most attention. And this building is the number one building on our list.
Supervisor Stafford on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is great conversation. It's fantastic. And it's great conversation for the committee, as well as how we can figure out how to fund all this. Another great conversation for the committee. So based on that, I call the question.
Question has been called. All those in favor of the question being called signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Question has been called. Now, before you go ahead and you vote on the full resolution, though, something was decided in committee that has to be read?
This is,
Oh.
We're still voting on the
Right,
amendment.
right, but just so we remember that. I didn't know you were ready.
You're going to be voting on lines 25 and 26 to refer back to the aviation
Right,
committee.
that.
Oh, but you're also talking about,
I was looking at you, I didn't know if Julie was ready.
Oh, we can do that right after.
Okay,
let's do this piece first.
right.
so, voting by
Go
machine.
ahead. Go ahead and say what we're voting.
Okay, right. Okay, right
We'll get to
now,
that in a minute.
what you are voting on right now is to refer lines 25 and 26 back to the aviation committee.
Excuse me, it says to use ARPA. To me, that kind of mentions something, Mr. Chairman.
I can go back and take that off.
It goes from the committee, and then the committee's supposed to refer it back to ARPA. Spirit Fund.
Okay, so let me,
Yep,
I'm gonna back up.
yep.
Okay. Keep. Edit. Is that what? Okay. So I just removed the words "to use ARPA funds," so it's just referring it back to the aviation committee.
You removed them or you added them? You removed them or you added them?
I
Added them.
removed the words "to use ARPA funds."
Okay. Thought that's what they wanted. It was supposed to, what, wasn't your motion to have it go to ARPA? Right.
No, that the committee, the aviation committee will consider that.
I know, but it goes to them, but then this recommended comes back to ARPA committee to vote 40 goes through here.
It'll work either way.
Oh, that's the motion.
Still, it's good.
Okay, is it to go to the aviation or ARPA?
Go to the aviation and they bring the recommendation back to ARPA.
Okay. Okay. So,
Well, point is it has to come out of this, and then someone find another way to bring it forward, right?
Here we go.
okay, so what you're gonna be voting on is to refer lines 25 and 26 back to the aviation committee.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. Well, we'll have to vote then. If you're in favor of referring it back to the committee, push A. If you're not, push nay.
Oh, damn.
It's passed. It goes back to committee then.
Okay, now you're voting on
Anything else?
on the well,
Mary Ann, have you got the rest that, what has to be added into the resolution?
I can read it, Mr. Chairman. I have it, Mr. Chairman. I have it.
Okay, there's a change in this, the rest of the resolution that was made by Personnel and Finance for the meeting, so Michael will be reading it to you.
On line 23 of the resolution, it's really, I'm sorry, line 52, item 23 of the resolution. The last project, line 52, the personnel, there is a typo there. So the Personnel and Finance Committee met earlier today before the county board meeting, and they did vote to make an amendment to correct the typo. The resolution as submitted, if you will note, line 50 and line 52 both read UWO Fox City's boiler system replacement 1800 wing. So the amendment made by the Personnel and Finance Committee to correct that error is on line 52 to delete the words boiler system replacement 1800 wing and to insert instead the language rooftop AHU replacement for art music wing. Just mistakenly copied the title over. So I apologize for that. I believe since that motion to amend was already made and passed at the Personnel and Finance Committee meeting, I don't think we need another motion, but that's what you'll be voting on when you vote on the resolution finally. Yes. Line 52, eliminate or delete the words boiler system replacement 1800 wing and insert the words rooftop AHU replacement for art/music wing, which was always what the project was if you look at the plan. Right.
Okay, there's been a motion made and seconded, and with that what Mike had just read, that'll go into this here. All those in, well, we better do it by machine. I wasn't going to, but all those in favor of resolution number 315-01224, say push A. If you're not, push nay.
As amended, right?
As amended, correct. We're waiting for Mary.
She brought this up before.
The whole
Oh.
thing we're voting on.
We voted on the amendment, it was passed, 25 to...
The vote was 31-2 in favor, so,
Mr. Chairman, may I ask for a
Yes.
clarification?
yes, just hold on.
Just on the resolution that was just passed with amendment, the amendments will change the totals on lines 23 and 24. Can we just change the totals to match the projects that were included by the board?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Everyone stay warm and drive safe.
Yeah, would it be...
Motion made and seconded adjourned. We are adjourned.